廢咯，戇鳩。
It's that time of year, y'all, to separate the elite from the obsolete. You see, anyone can bark from a safe distance. But when them gates open, you find out quickly that not everyone can survive with the big dogs. This year on Street Fighter League, we got what you need. The best pop-offs, the biggest reads, and moments you will never forget. And for the first time ever, we are live. All season long. No redos, no retakes, no script. We are coming at you live from Los Angeles, California. And the best players in the world are here. Evo champions, Capcom Cup champs. If you know it, we got it. The moment is here. The time is now. And it gets no bigger than this. This is Street Fighter League.
啲宵夜，我而家買咗包。咁你仲喺度擺咗 logo， 開波。有咩歌啊？直播打係，真係直播打，同埋免費嘅，唔係 pay to feel。
Indeed, and we are more importantly than even that right now is that we are live and in full effect, Vicious. You already know. You heard Rob at the top of the show. We are going to find out all the results as y'all do. It is going to be an amazing time here for Street Fighter League US. The teams are stacked to the gills. I can't wait to see the competition.
Most definitely, right? We are going to get ourselves situated with which
人擔心咧，佢哋會有幾多？佢哋會有幾多廢話時間？好似而家咁。
But we also have some pretty decent international presence and some reformatted teams going by different names. However, it's still the same caliber of competition as you could expect.
Yeah, 100%, man. You get anybody who's who when it comes to Street Fighter NA and beyond. They are here, right? As per usual, when it comes to the Street Fighter League US, we always got some international spice to add.
因為有costume嘅。
Excited to see, man. It is going to be an amazing time, as you mentioned. Returning champs, right? We saw an explosive season last year, right? Filled with the drama. We got a little tease of that.
其實成個街霸
which started the season and ended the season, right? SFL-US Championship. He let it know that they are the champs and they are back to defend their title.
Yeah, there's a lot of eyes in regards to tuning into
應該到呢度。
overall the competition, right? It's been talked about at Street Fighter League EU. It's been talked about with Street Fighter League Japan, even in their pre-show segments, right? But it's
100小期點？睇唔到嘅。啊，見到啦，捱到6點了，見到啦，見到啦。多謝。
This is what it all leads down to.
Exactly, right? This is actually some of the people's last opportunities to make it to Capcom Cup, right? Some of the regional world warriors are done. Lines are done. So this is the only ways to get to Ryu.
廣告唔係問題啊，問題呢啲啊，我有時喺度講嘢啊。
I can't wait to see. Obviously, FlyQuest has returned in the building. The defending reigning champions with Pumpkin nephew.
咁啊，打個聯賽 ，home away 咁就好似足球咁樣咯。咁就每一隊打12場，6場 home 1，6場 away，咁鬥高分。
came as a coaching role, now in the player role, and they added Boost, one of my favorite minds in fighting games, period. So I think that's not only going to be a dangerous addition as a player, but as a mind to kind of theorize the matchups going forward. We also have Shopify Rebellion in the building with NuckleDu, Jack, Dual Kevin, and they took shine from FlyQuest this
咁啊，第一場就係好似 Franco 你們丁神對明拉好啲啊，好似明拉 ECQ 贏過明拉好啲，又佢打啲好勁嘅人都 ECQ 打啲世界冠軍嗰啲級數嗰啲人咧，有時會贏到，但係唔穩陣啦。全華班咁又唔係 ，Franco 係全華班，係啊，咪以前鬥雲嗰隊咯，但係 ESG 華啲嘢，咁大實都有新加坡有韓國。
Yeah, that is a retooled Red Rooster roster. I almost got tongue twisted there. But no, indeed, the additions of Crossover, Chris Wong, and Crime, and of course, Mono heading the captain spot as he always should. Nah, man, that's a lethal squad. If anybody should be scared of like Red Rooster,
你話點計咪點計咯，贏咪嘅中國咯，輸咪嘅韓國咯，好易搞啫。
thirsty to prove himself in an offline, high competitive environment as well. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, right. When it comes to like individual talent, when it comes to their performance,
即係打5場啦，5至6場。
It kind of gets turned sideways when it comes to a team format. There's so much strategy involved in regards to which position you're in. You're either
咁啊，今日個 schedule 又係，
away position susceptible to the counter picks, but yeah, there's just going to be so much pressure.
今日 schedule 咁多㗎啦
，not just going to be on
5場㗎啦，
alone going forward. This is
1、2、3、4、5。
the biggest group effort. And speaking of, we get to look at the schedule as to how it's all going to go down these next couple of days.
Yeah.
With our first
FlyQuest 對 Bandy，
our marquee matchup right in the very beginning. FlyQuest
跟
versus
住
Bandy.
Two Game 對國米國家隊，跟住 NuckleDu 對 Franco。
versus Kwaisho Gaming to follow up. We get to see the newly reformatted team with Kwaisho Gaming, but the new kids on the block, they're going to be really put to the test. Shopify Rebellion versus Falcons. That one's going to be a banger regardless of how you spin it, and I love that being match 3.
Yeah, and then match 4, we have Bandit stepping back up to the plate against that retooled Red Rooster roster that we talked about, right? All kinds of lethality going on in match 4. And then match 5, to end the day, it's going to be Kwaisho versus Shopify Rebellion stepping back into the field, right? So Shopify and Bandits are going to have 2 matches. They're going to have an opportunity to get a little bit warmed up in their first one, right?
佢哋咩現場咩兩個？應該似 key 上去咁，應該都係美國啫。
That's tough. And fittingly, since FlyQuest are the defending reigning champions, they are the home squad for that match as well.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. And it's funny, you know, I gotta say, first and foremost, dude, retooled Red Rooster roster.
Oh, yeah,
that is hard.
It's so close. I keep messing up almost every time.
I was rather impressed.
Almost every time.
We will get into the format right now, actually. Let's take a look at what you could expect going into it, right? When it comes to the home and away position, we kind of laid that out for you guys just a bit. But with 4 players on the team, this is how it goes for the first round. Best of 3, 10 points. Followed suit by round 2, same exact thing. Best of 3, 10 points. Round 3 is where the big money is. Best of 5 for 20 points. And then, of course, if there is a tie going into round 3 or towards the end of it,
打幾點？
extra round to play off. Now,
呢啲打5場都話咗幾點嘅喎，
Street Fighter League Japan, it's best of
打5場，
10 points as
打晒咪贏啦。應該我諗可能半個鐘一場。
Over the entire season are going to be the ones moving on to the playoffs after we get the double round robin settled, right? Everybody's going to play everybody twice, one in a home position side, one in an away position side. And you can see the dollars on the line, baby. First place, 60,000. Second place, 30,000. And then third place with a big 10 stacks on top of that.
Brother, that is a total of 100K.
Oh, yeah.
I'm no big mathematizer, but damn,
you got it.
That's a lot of zeros on that bad boy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I'm
現場戰係冇錯，
It's going to be like
係
75K again. It's going to be like 80K, 85. No, they up the hell out of it.
係啊，不能打5、6個鐘嘅。
Too late to apply as like a player or a coach.
Sub? Is there sub?
Is that a possibility?
Well, either way, of course, like we told you at the top of the show, right? We are kicking this off with a rematch of the SFL-US World Championships from last year. It's going to be FlyQuest on the home side.
有一場係佢兩個打咩？唔係嘅，唔係啊！改咗咩？
the player that they want to choose to go up.
Now we've seen the Bandits camp. We are quite familiar with their roster because they had
但佢唔係話可以好耐，
last year.
都唔知幾月，
FlyQuest
好吹得㗎佢哋。
reformat treatment. They actually have Riddles.
係人道啊，好唔好？咦，定好啦。
For that squad. But this is what the away
有 Christy 把最後啊 ，Papa push 你撈啲，搞埋個。哇！你條片揀你哋。咁就先鋒 Match 2先鋒就搶二嘅，贏咗10分。免得 LD 就嗰個咧就大將，贏咗就20分。咁如果兩隊同分嘅話咧？ 即係一邊先鋒中鋒贏，另一邊大將贏20分對20分咧，佢就要打埋最底嗰個啦，現場戰，咁啊贏咗10分。
what Kaba's going to have to contend with. And then that allows them to be a bit more flexible going forward. We got Boost on the Terry, right? Obviously one of the best minds. I like putting him up early so he then can analyze the different matchups in the later matches if they're necessary, right? And then obviously Mena RD coming through in the anchor position. You wouldn't want anybody else there, baby. The master blocker. You saw him in the gauntlet against the SFL Japan players. Did anybody take a set? I don't think so.
It was body after body after body.
如果你對住你嗰一隊對住 Angry Bird、Big Bird、菲林，你都唔係好想打啦，係咪？即係你係要想器材，想唔打添，因為美國佬中意朝頭早打機咯。所以其實佢都係即係佢冇諗過贏，冇諗過會贏咯，冇諗過贏啊，所以就冇乜交流，唔諗嘢，但係打完交功課算嗰個態度。 咩點打啫 ？Angry Bird、Big Bird、菲林。即係你贏到 Angry Bird， 你都仲要你隊友贏埋 Big Bird、菲林。A strong spot for your team. But going into it right now, like FlyQuest versus Bandits, I'm really kind of curious to see like who's going to be facing off against who. Personally, if it's going to be like Kaba, I always kind of like to talk about this in any format in regards to like any Street Fighter League that we get to cover. I think going up against Guile, I think Nephew would be. 其實我覺得係啊，都係玩晒，都係成個 EU 送個冠軍俾佢分錢。跟住三個一隊就基本上就 qualify 咗，即係等 final 咯。啱啱先
Recently, you just came back from a trip over there to Japan. Your whole squad went over there. Whose idea was that, and how did it go?
I'm not really sure who idea it was. I don't remember. It was me or Psycho, I think. And I think the training went really good. I think for Riddles, it helped him a lot. Psycho, I think it just helps him stay sharp, and Nephew is Nephew. I don't really think Nephew needs a trip or anything. I think he's just, he's going to do his thing no matter what.
So, you bring up all the players you have on your team. You guys did switch up your roster a little bit this time around. You got Nephew, you got Riddles. What went into the way that you structured your roster this season?
Well, obviously, we got Psycho back again this year, and of course, we have Nephew now, which is a person I always want on my team, right? We just couldn't get him last year because of some stuff that was out of our control. But this year, and then we got Riddles, which is, I think he's been just playing really good this year, qualifying for EWC through the LCQ, getting top 8 at UFA right after. So, I feel like he's just been having a crazy few months recently. So I think he's a good player to have right now. He got a lot of good momentum on his side, and, he's just been playing really good. So I'm just excited for all the people on the team this year.
Okay, and you personally, right, as the captain, if we officially have that term now, I'm not sure for this season, but as the leader of the team, you recently made a switch from just Cammy, now you're picking up the Ed too. What went into that choice?
I just think Cammy's not that strong anymore. She got too many nerfs, and they just don't give her any buffs at all, so I feel like I have to switch up. I was doing pretty bad this year, so I think something had to change.
And you qualified, speaking of that, you talk about your results, right? So
我都
going
聽唔到
into
個噴滾
the
嘅太
China premiere,
口音太
you
勁。
needed to get results at that event to qualify for Capcom Cup, and you actually did it. How nerve-wracking was it going into that event, and how did it feel to qualify in the clutch?
係嘛？你
For
幾勁？
me, I wasn't actually too nervous going there. I felt good since Viper
但係如果
came out,
你
and I
你
had
想
Viper
你想
there also, so I was actually at a
一
lot
嘅
of
上限
confidence
高過
going there,
Viper
especially
咯，
since I
你
got
都
to
想
play
連
a
A
lot
多
of
啲。
Japan before the trip since I was there before China. It
你
was
係
just
咁
made
噶
me more
啦，
confident
邊
going
有
there.
人話
And
自己隻
then when I
Bingo
saw
唔係垃圾啊？
my
真係。
pool, I feel like I had a good chance to actually qualify for Capcom Cup. So I went there. I had pretty good confidence, I would say, going to that tournament. I mean, I had to fight my after my after my after my. But
話
I
佢今次會睇
somehow
到
conquered them
my
and I
ad my
got it
ad
done.
my ad
And
呢個比
get
賽。
it done. That's something that we see Punk the God do time and time again. Of course, this is an Evo champion, and as well actually won Street
所有
Fighter
自己隻
League
Bingo
as
嘅人
last
進
year. We
場。
saw you guys cooking up over there at Capcom Cup.
We beat your team too in the finals. Don't forget that.
What you mean my team?
2-time.
Who?
We beat your team in the Street Fighter League finals. Don't forget about that.
Oh, relax. I think it was only one time. You sound crazy. You talking about Team Gale.
That was the
Okay.
finals.
That's it. That's it. That's enough for this interview. We're going to go ahead and send things over to our commentator. You get me? Boy.
The ever confident Punk the God. I gotta tell you what, you gotta be confident to rock the Celtic shorts while Jalen Brown is rubbing his hairline across the entire league. But that's something we'll talk about another time, right? Right now, we're gonna get into that Fly Quest versus Bandits. We've seen the order with Kaba kicking
Right, 又係喎，Vito 對 Kappa
and I like this, right? I like setting up
依然擺 Vito 上場。
just because you can kind of get
睇下大 Kappa 得
the
係點。
sonic booms via the round waves, right, and the power waves and whatnot. So it's gonna be something to look out
Heavy
for.
點樣打啊？軍佬咧？
Kind of combat the projectile warfare that Guile brings.
And I know this is like a matchup that you've actually had a lot of experience in terms of commentating as well. Like we had this exact matchup, Terry versus Guile, a bunch of times over at the FlyQuest fight series on a weekly basis. This is one of those things that are just really, really specific. Right? I was talking about Nephew coming up in regards to like his defensive.
阿爸咪喺佢自己個區做王咯，
when it comes to actually
都沉沉地，不嬲都唔係好，唔係不嬲沉沉地嘅啦。講真，佢都冇話啲咩，佢都即係差唔多時候收皮嗰啲位咯，未話 Top 8就好似冇點見過。
One less thing to worry about. If you could prevent Guile from throwing out sonic booms consistently, you've already won half the battle, in my opinion.
100%. I think that's a huge part about shutting down Guile, or at least making the Guile player frustrated, right? We always just want to get players out of their comfort zone. That's one of the primary ways we can really start digging in and getting people who might be comfortable in a matchup to get uncomfortable, right? So
好勁啊！加爸，佢西伯唔出嚟嘅，
obviously, like we talked about the Fireball War.
好似都入咗 Cam 級㗎。
Matchup, I think, as well.
嗰隻軍佬咪喺度，最勁咪 Season V 咯。
Without using too much drive.
咁啊，兩個 Sonic Bomb 嘅後輕腳，再輕拳，再推步，
It's not hit confirmable.
喺度 loop。
It does allow you to extend if you know that crouch medium kick's going to hit without using drive meter. And then you can use that drive meter to do OD power wave, stuff like that that's going to nullify Guile's fireball game even further, right? So definitely staying ahead when it comes to the drive rush is going to be big for Riddles if he manages to do that. But let's get into it. First match of SFL-US
放我哋波先，
2025.
咁啊，
咁
PV 個波喺邊個到頭打中咗，咁啊繼續喺度，咁啊放個波之後後輕腳係分到最長嘅策略啦。咁啊基本上就，即係 parry 到嘅話咧，個後輕腳就會打爆你個，即係 reverse 嘅。咁但係如果有時，台反，但係有時後點知俾個 watch 追到啊，咁就俾人用個打個 watch combo，踢啦。我睇住對手 parry 竟然唔得，咁啊想打我對手 b a n 哎呀！但係呢個氣功嚟㗎，所以就我呢副分就溝唔出嚟，咁啊仲 power wave 慢慢喺壓制，慢慢呢個位頭死咗冇分別嘅，因為對手都冇 level， 你都冇 level 1啊嘛。咁呢個係 guarantee 嘅，屈少少氣，跟住之後就 Q 對手啦。放波先。咁啊到咁啊下中嘅減講得減嘅。哎呀，俾人篤中。咁啊擋波。咁啊鬥放地波啦 ，OD 波，跟住個波行咁啊，但係想放 OD 波吹咗。咁啊時鐘就打空咗，咁就俾 Vito 搏招啦。喂，正，咁啊中腳再搏個 level 1，當個重拳壓制啦。咁啊呢個有啲遠啦，依家反擊拳咧擋得好遠，其實有時即係好容易就即係又一個好 free 嘅壓制啦，咁俾晒死咯。好啦，咁就 Vito 1-0啊。
well placed so far.
That was the Hezzy. That was the Luka Doncic right there. We're changing our tempo. We're changing our pace. Nice stuff from Riddles right there. Slight delayed jab. Opening it up, Guile. And the XCR Kaba going to be going to the Bandit side. Try to get some advice on what to do going forward. Because this is still first to two territory.
Can you believe?
關五軍佬喎，
Some people thought, oh no, we just let go of like a bunch of people for this Luka.
真係五軍佬喎，我甩都係血骨池嚟㗎啦，誒甩高都 ，Daigo 好勁 ，Daigo 未去到嗰個 level。
Like, Kizzy, you're our boy and everything, but come on, man.
Come on, man. But either way.
有啲度知唔知大家知唔知係大亂鬥玩家嚟？加拿大嘅 Smash Player 咁啊，變咗係打街霸。
Settle in, we're playing Street Fighter. Like, let's forget about Street Fighter League. Let's forget about this whole team aspect. Let me just
鋪啫，
a lot cleaner, right? He was able to really get it.
咁快諗到好似都喐唔到死咗。
This spot's well with the normals, right? We saw him fishing with the stand roundhouse a little bit. We saw him snipe with the crouch medium kick. So as long as he's still playing his game, it's going to be up to Kaba to make some adjustments.
Right, let's see if he can set the pace for himself and reclaim where he was at in round 1 of game 1.
喂，咁啊想到頭，但係俾人聽完啦。咁啊阿仔波落，哦，
Even like within the top 8.
咁啊聽完打咗，哎呀輸唔到添，仲要痛啊呢個。
Seeing Kaba bust out with the OD
咁啊再死咗啦，基本上我覺得，好似一燈就冇咗打嘅，咦咁啊搞大臨尾，但係俾人一嘢搏死咗。你看啦。 咁啊等到個反波拳先有一波，之後再食咗前頭，解頭啊又紅米又搏個星，再前頭兩輸嘛，但係冇到，有個食個頭咯嘅，唉死咗 ，double perfect 喎呢個，捉唔到啊真係，捉唔到啊真係，冇嘢啦，係真係大執，你講得啱。 估唔到啊！我都。啲 CQ 嗰隊。係啊，佢嗰隊叫 Franco 啊，可能 Franco 冇俾衫佢，我拎俾衫佢咁啊，着屋企件衫。係好嘅，咁啊唔緊要，巔峰嘅。 呢個命得 out 啲唔死，乜都得。呢個命得 out 啲唔死又其實佢一隊就冇事。一隻 channel 點計？不過有一門去烹打命得 out 啲，因為上年就係烹打到命得 out 啲出局咯，因為烹就係殺到命得 out 啲用唔到。今年就唔知點。 When you hold back the whole time, you're expecting the opponent to defend once, thinking that you're going to flash kick. They never do until the moment you finally do it, and then of course seals the double perfect. 佢自己有隊啊嘛，可能唔准你着第啲衫。我攞10分先。
very first round. That handshake was over and done with. That was more of a fist bump when it came to the introduction for those two players. But 10 points on the board for FlyQuest, the current champ. 睇之後出咩啦？裏面好似Bandy 出 Bruce 咯，冇記錯。 Yes, indeed, right. So again, Bandits being the away squad, they sent Kaba up. FlyQuest decided to counter with Riddles, right? Now they got Boost coming up next. Who does FlyQuest send to the stage, right? They still got Nephew, they still got Punk, they still got Psycho, all waiting in the wings. That's kind of tough, right? Going against the Terry. I wouldn't mind the Kimberly pick. Okay, yeah, I was going to say, I think you want Psycho either now or in the 4th position, right? Because Kimberly, obviously, in 2 out of 3 is so potent. She can just overwhelm and smother you out of the gate. But it is going to be now instead, as Vicious highlighted. We got Psycho going up against Boost, so we can see if the Kimberly can kind of thwart what we just saw from Riddles with the Terry. Man, oh man, that Bandits jersey's clean too. I like what they brought. That was just about to say. Yeah, they brought to the table. Boost looking good in it as well. 好啦，10比10分就10分啦，已經見到。Kim 係唔會贏。Quite a productive one in regards to like his overall performances within the United States, right? I don't think he has like that opportunity to travel overseas as often, but when he does make his presence known in those weekly events, it's definitely something to really take note of. I think his Terry is like pretty much evolved to a point where he's really comfortable with and also like prioritizing that character as his main. But you talk about someone with vast improvement, like exponential growth. Psycho is definitely in that category as well.
Yeah, that's a great point to bring up, right? Both of these players have taken tremendous leaps when it comes to their competitive viability in Street Fighter 6. Boost is one of my favorite players to watch, period, like in the entire world. Love the way he approaches the game, the way just in general, the different things he thinks about. He thinks about a lot of stuff. And even elite level competitive players kind of throw to the
狀態好唔好啊！真係上個禮拜同今個禮拜爭好多日㗎喎，同埋佢啱啱搭完飛機，可能狀態都唔好都唔奇。可能今日都狀態，可能都可能烹佢都要知打未撈啲啦，可能有啲咩秘密武器都唔奇嘅，兩面都係準備咗啲乜咯。
I still think about that video he put out. He's like, my credentials are strong. You're damn right they are. You gotta have that kind of confidence because when you're around that competitiveness,
you're
around like all the time and you get to practice them, you gotta make sure that you can still win with the big dogs, especially. Honestly, in his rookie season, a phenomenal job. He was getting so many points. I think he was in contention for like top 3 most points earned.
有波 Rush 俾人bỏ頭 combo， 後嚟到個攻擊，咁就一個後頭換邊，想壓制但係俾人升，咁就用個巴勒口再放波慢慢上血，然後進咗個下段攻擊，咁就踩埋佢掟炸彈，呢號一起身。咁就哎呀都要食炸彈，都叫值得摸8招算係咁。喂，食咗個巢跑，波頭咁啊擋咗，咁啊搶制，咁就踢中啊，但係唔係 Horizontal， 咁啊 watch 過去想 shift， 但係俾人搶制，幾擋難擋，搶 reset 正頭，識唔識？哎呀冇諗過會中啊個聽拳，所以個達係唔中啊，今年直播冇錯。揀咁啊頭依反推翻開對手，咁啊甩好咁樣就踢走對手啊，再 rush， 咁啊再放地波，咁啊中腳踢中啦，咁就俾 Timmy 波招，攞你部3先，你隻角廢，咪跑過去。靚聲啊 ！Rush 呢啲俾對手 D 版啊，跳到喎，咁又冇換邊啊？冇，用個甩過做個邊 OK 啦。踢過一個又係廢，我食咗個重拳，俾人踢中，講咗先。揾到個下段有冇 level 3？有 level 3喎。哦，死唔死啊？好似死，喺度。KO. You see?
Specifically pick a certain route to build that bar, and he got on the very last hit. Well done.
As wild as they were swinging in that very first round of game 1, you can't really knock it off. Right? He is contemplating just a little bit, maybe trying to change up his style.
咁 D 翻對手 rush 先，放地波。
Very ambiguous as to what either player wanted to do, or at least.
哎呀，重拳打中啊！咁就俾對手破招，再用個加飛壓制，咁啊放地波。咁啊搶到個輕拳，咁啊用再搏招，啊對手後之後避咗個打，就搶翻個重拳，係咪放地波牽制？我又 cut 到對手。哎，鏟過嚟先，再食個頭攻擊啊！好，咁一個前頭拉出嚟，食個下重拳。哎，咁啊想做個 mix up，但係俾隊友升，撳咗掣啊，冇撳掣啊，原來冇嘢啦。我都以為撳咗掣，咁就 match point 啦。哎，中腳，Timmy 忽視，然後就推埋牆炸彈，咁就一個炸彈就好似咁就安全，一個炸彈就可以 D 反。哎，打空咗，咁就俾 Cycle Punish Counter Combo 推埋牆，再掟跳到啊，咁啊抌上天啊，再抌上天啊，再正頭落單對手，哇！我獨自飛天。咁就攞翻一燈啊！
無限攻啊！
掟色，咁啊輕拳壓制，再放個地波，彈中啊！要係，如果中咗下段，但係安全，後挑。 再鏟跳搶地波 ，watch 佢獵物着，哎我 delay 嘅下中拳打中，攞埋呢個3啦，咁就斬殺線啦，去入咗。哎呀，俾人掃低咗個 rush， 再前後。點，哎，唔敢喐，咁啊，對手仲有呢個3啊，哇，搏落去搏死咗。你話 Kimberly 廢咯，嗱 Kimberly 就係咁，10比我已經，哎呦佢揀阿 Cycle 出場已經知道已經係10分對10分。一開波已經知道咗啦，係個人廢。根本就隻角係唔，根本就係隻角就係，根本隻角就係咁。It was either that or Bruce Wayne, depending on which type of play style shows up, right? I feel like 唔係 Kimberly 太廢啫。Really solid strategy towards Psycho, right? There's a lot of preventative measures, and even so, if you can't stop him from pushing you into the corner, he didn't take that much damage from that pressure, although it shows up on the replay as such. But outside of that round, I think he's done a good job calling out some of the offensive sequences from Psycho, either being able to counter poke or even jump out of the corner to reset the. 都未有不知火，咁咪有 Terry 對不知火網。我諗就明啦，嗰啲對應該對烹啦，我相信斷估唔會，可能出侄仔都唔奇嘅。但係我覺得明啦嗰啲上。點解唔出係 Leffy？ 佢好勁我覺得，一定勁過 Cycle。雷殺，雷殺出雷殺，呢度邊個贏到雷殺
？I mean, this is already pretty tight knit. This is the tie right now, but one team is going to be walking away with 30 points in their first day.
Yeah. And FlyQuest, they're going to have the choice between Nephew and Punk, right? This is going to be the deciding match. As you said, we don't get a tiebreaker because it's already 1-1, and they are sending Punk himself up against
第唔知幾101，第1001次。咁啊，上年就係噴大汁嘅，執到係好似連續出咗10幾次都係瀨嘢。咁啊，今年就唔知，呢就唔上年啦，但係睇下結果係點。
That is for sure. I'm never saying that again, by the way. I just had to do it. I had to do it for my boys up at the top, right? Yo, Toronto.
雷沙啊嘛。
Shoutouts Cat, everybody. Toronto.
其實係無敵噶嘛，我贏3個8咁賽啊，大佬。
Easily one of the most legendary rivals we could ask for. The question that comes to mind, which character comes up to the plate? We've seen the throwdown between.
我投機好啊，我覺得啱噶啦。唔好搞啲咩有 delay， 仲要 PS5啊，見唔見到啊？啊大部。明撈啲，我嚟啦。你啲 channel 啲人拍到上係 T11喎，即係不知火舞同埋 A 個 level。哎，一開波俾人，一開波自己簽自己，然後俾 carry 聽埋場。咁啊，用個兵解釋解答。咁啊，加 fin， 係，係搏落去，咁就搏個簡單 combo。中腳最輕腳搶輕個電，個拳腳壓制，激靚後中腳對空，下中拳打中，俾晒，再搏個下場應該死啦，啱好。就雖然開頭間唔一下，但係後邊追晒啊！啲搶3咪，哎拍空氣俾人打翻轉頭啊！咁啊輕拳中拳撞過去，嗱俾咗擋到啊！中拳敲下佢先，撞過去都係俾人擋到，咁啊 watch 佢攞壓制，然後就喂搶 heavy 再 watch 佢，點知俾對手投啊！ 咁得翻一格仔啊！咁到 burnout 啊，咦搶到掣喎，冇逆向升，咁就主導權去翻美拉啲度，喂後跳打到對空，再一個前打，咁啊 burnout 加上有 burnout 嘅威脅，對空再壓死咗啦呢個，咁有一個後中嘅對空之後打到個 mix up，就level 3，俾你。
Getting the first game, but again, this is going to be best of 5. This is going to be first 3 for 20 points, so there's going to be a lot of adaptation coming in between the two.
Yeah, you can see when he anti-airs Cammy in the corner like that, which is when a lot of the time she wants the dive kick right to catch like one of your opponents,
or something like that. 因為波打下就失敗咗，但係有啲遠啊，搏唔到個空權啊。咁啊壓制，哎重腳打空咗，俾人打翻轉頭啊！再壓制，俾人捅擊。嚟一次又俾人捅擊，咁啊冇咗兩個，食咗兩個 parry 搭之後再食個頭啊，再食個煙平，俾晒死咗，咁啊呢個一都唔使俾啊，無限攻。
Looking at the amount of control that MenRD had in game 1, you have to also note whether or not he's going to be charging down. Up ball is going to be a big prevention tool from even trying to jump out. So back medium kick.
又俾人打到咗，重拳打中，咁啊因為 hit， 咁搏兩個重拳，咁啊再壓制又俾人升啊，冇咗。咁啊再嚟 burn out 就 D 反啦，點知俾人都打一次，仲要 reset 埋煙劈，咁啊再一次嘅畫面啦，咁就俾埋 level 3乜都死啦應該。我1比1。
Built her so much drive meter, right? Before that charge hooligan, he was actually below 3 bars, but that charge hooligan put him above it, giving him the double drive rush combo, which means the kill is there. Beautiful stuff from Punk.
Damn, dude. 2 rounds straight from both ends.
I'm loving the way both of them are playing, honestly. There's already so much like back and forth and decision switching. Like at the very first knockdown from Punk to Mena, Mena did the air block. This time he does up ball.
哎呦，咪爭啲俾人 cut 到啊！哇，想跳起但係俾人攬上，咁啊重腳兩面都係拳腳打空，但係都會肯定全部對手。喂，後中腳打中，咁啊開個電再壓制，再開個電再壓制，再開電，哎呀輸埋，一瞬間攞到勁多傷害啊！公仔，然後咁啊呢個公仔頭踢腳底又勁打嚟啦，開有電啦，打下段打中，拍上天，咁啊升，哎呀計錯血啊！但唔緊要，係咪你埋頭攻擊 Q 對手啊？唔係免啦啲攞翻一燈，咁啊前中腳敲下先，哎確反，但係有啲勢力啊，升到你個 rolling 波。咁就可以做個簡單嘅 combo 推埋板邊，再食個 midi， 搶到下段啦，搶到，咁啊開埋，咁啊換邊嘅 level 2 set up， 咁啊開埋個公仔，頭錘打中，膊頭打中，抌上天，定再鏡多次公仔 ，play combo 啊，哦死咗啦呢個，咁啊升，第二個應該仲可以搏多個升嘅，咁特計㗎。2比0，2比1。咁啊，都係唔轉角。
Yeah, there's been like such sick nuances from both of these players, honestly, in this matchup so far. We even saw.
咁啊 rush 佢先，再 rush 攻擊打對手啊！再打個下段打中，再嚟多次。咁啊，再喺板邊係屈嘅機。
I wouldn't mind like Punk trying to contest that, right? He tried to just now. MenRD had actually done.
靚啦，後跳打，仲要擋埋對手個星，咁啊俾晒又死咗啦。單個6個重攻擊，仲可以再搏。一開波又入間入一套啊 ！level 2啦，然後。喂，係咁咁重㗎，仲要 parry 到個跳，咁啊再推埋牆啦。咁啊行後俾鼻升，但係點知對手冇升，呢個好血量都幾絕望啊！喂，靚空對空啊，仲要避埋個後前，出唔到嚟，咁啊一拳死嘅呢個 level 3係。喂，插中啦，仲要開餐啊俾 Punk 攻擊。咁啊等個輕拳入到就，喂冇對空啊！等個輕佢都係搲一下之後等 level 3。開電，我哋可以揀嚟先。咁啊，哦，打贏對手個 打贏對手個 D 反啊！呢、個Papa 靠得幾落力，Papa 隔離嗰兩個人傾偈，Papa 超大力咁拍手。嗰啲出係咯，出晒嘈真係，出 Kimberly 已經錯咗啦，揀佢入隊嗰下已經錯咗啦。
There's a lot to digest within those sets of games in terms of like the back and forth and decision making, right? A lot of it revolved around a lot of the plus frames that MenRD was kind of laying down, but like going right into how we finished off game one, very commanding 2 rounds, then the immediate rebuttal coming in from Punk. I think that was just more so like blessings from the round start, right? It's just more so who gets to get started and also like how fast he got MenRD into that burnout state. Very uncommon. That mix-up was nuts, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. Like just getting the overhead in the end, putting another doll down right there, preventing the corner escape as well, and then baiting the DP out. Like Mena was just flowing, man. It felt like one of those matches where he couldn't make a wrong decision, and then what an ending this was, bro. Easy dodge, easy clap. MenRD, incredible.
卡爸個拍手真係終極好標準嘅拍手動作。
Yeah. I was like, yo, that's a new addition. They gotta have like a patch for that specifically to interchange Lee and Wayne. I'm telling you, man. Hey, Bandits Camp, hit me up. I got some ideas.
Boost， 入得嚟好勁㗎啦！喺得呢個 SFL 入邊。你一開波啊嘛 ，Randy 有個好嘅開始係30分，邊個先？
Match to kind of like go through on the very first day of Street Fighter League, the very first match of the day. I feel like I'm already spent. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, but I mean, it's tough to even try to counter a roster like that, right? Kaba being MenRD always gonna be in the anchor.
好啊，頭機
I feel like
可以
most pivotal to throw out your anchor spot, your most
一個魔咁就唔使賴咩，一個魔快一個魔慢。
anchor position player. More often than not throughout the entirety of the season. If we see MenRD up there every single time, I would not be surprised. Same goes for Punk, right? Like you cannot afford to lose any points with how things go by the wayside when we switch it up to the double round robin to the second.
因為打5隊。
Yeah, exactly. And like, there's so many little things that can happen, right? So many unlike predictable variables that could start happening when it comes to.
上年係烹贏㗎。
But right now, we're gonna go to Rob TV with an interview at the entirety of Bandits. Let's get it.
不過老實講，如果唔係你唔係烹打，你唔係烹打邊個打
？Coming back stronger than ever. Mena, I actually have heard through a little birdie that this might be a little bit of a flu game for y'all as well. Some of y'all a bit under the weather, but it looks like you're making no excuses.
No, not at all. You know, I gotta respect the competition, and even if we're feeling under the weather, we gotta bring the A game. It is what it is. Doesn't matter. As you saw last year, a very bad season, but I still made it to the grand finals. I still performed. So it doesn't matter how bad I am at the moment and how bad Bandits is, we're still going to perform.
Okay, and that first match, your first match of Street Fighter League, we're immediately getting MenRD versus Punk the God. I would say, at least for the average mortal, that's a lot of pressure for both of you guys. What does it mean to get that dub up against, I would say, probably even your main rival?
Yeah, honestly, he could be my main rival. Sadly, Kakaru retired. Shout outs to him. But at the end of the day, I think that it's a lot of pressure. It is, but I enjoy the pressure, At the end of the day, if you don't enjoy the pressure, you're not going to be able to perform in a match like this. But the bull only comes out in a match like this.
Okay, now please pass that microphone to your left side so I can talk to the man himself, Big Boosington. Boost, you go out there, absolutely cook up with the Terry. How confident were you going up against Psycho in that match?
Very confident.
Really confident 梗係啦。
Went in with a plan. With the footage I studied a lot of footage, like dozens of matches.
哇！Kimberly 呢隻角色唔會輸啊 ，very confident。
Whatever happens, happens. But that just so happened to end with a victory.
Okay.
好簡單就定到，好簡單就取勝咗。
ask you about, because I do believe you are the mad scientist. You and of course your brother Paladin as well. We know you guys got a YouTube channel and everything. Yeah. How important has Paladin been for you as far as your prep when it comes to Street Fighter League or as a player in general?
Well, as far as like. He hasn't really been doing much. Like he's been
咗個指令頭可以打空中，可以做 combo 埋嘅。
Like he's not in
主要係呢個。
regional finals. So he doesn't
有
have
啲 combo 有用，臨尾攞嚟，
like grind.
臨尾可以攞嚟，臨尾呢個 combo 可以加多啲氣咯，又唔係話好大
I
改
still
變。
have a lot of faith in him. You know, that's my boy. So yeah, he's like me. He's maniacal when it comes to the preparation with the game and just the mindset of don't let anybody outwork you.
And you know what? So far, we, of course, are seeing exactly how that works out. The mad scientists and, of course, Team Bandits overall starting out with a 30-10 victory over FlyQuest. And we're going to see if they're going to be able to keep that up. Let's go ahead and send things over to our commentators.
3比0就贏咗30比10，贏咗啊 FlyQuest，咁就過翻去呢個 podcast 咁上下啦，翻譯。Taba 好似唔識英文，我唔知 LTV 點翻。Taba 嘅翻譯就係咪 now 啲咧？
fresh and really invigorated. I mean, like slightly under the weather, but still fresh enough to get a big W against their rivals here in the league is rather impressive.
And it makes so much sense to me that Bandits went after Boost to pick him up, right? Because if you've heard Mena talk about preparation in the past and whatnot, he's like,
好大機會係，好大機會係咁呢度都識英文嘅。點解咧？係啦，唔係喎，諗下先，因為 Taba 輸咗唔訪問啦，跟住仲有跟住仲有一個就冇出場就唔訪問，應該係因為夠鐘，主要係因為夠鐘啫，我覺得呢個時間就係俾佢夠時間問兩個人。
Perfect synergy amongst that group, and obviously we still got so much more to look forward to in regards to their overall season. Same coming in with FlyQuest, but also the rest of the teams. But again, a lot of this would not be possible without the help and support coming in from our sponsor for this season.
啲人未開始第二場，你都唔好以為好快啊！同你講，嚟啦，終極揼波鐘啦，嚟了。
With the Asus ROG monitors featuring stunning visuals, ultra-fast refresh rates, and ergonomic designs. They're perfect for gamers and professionals alike. Visit asus.com.
呢個好似係嗰個專用嘅 mon。
And of course we got Brooke
holding
us down as well. You know what it is. Know them, love them, giving us an opportunity to play on whatever we need to play on. Wingman FGC to play your way, seamless PS5 and PC support for over 100.
Chris One 第三場，Chris One 打咪喎，第三場打 Red Boost 係摩羅嗰隊嘛，跟住 KSG 係第三場 ，KSG 係咪第三場。我話差米嘅 ，Chris One 殺出 Day1 嚟 ，Day2 即係 Day1 啊，呢個係。你唔知點解係變咗 Day1，好似係。咁我點樣去睇 Day1
including full compatibility with all PS and NS2 games.
Dan, you got the entire armory. Well, guess what? The armory is open, and also so is the sale. We got Street Fighter 6 on sale now. The base game, by the way, 50% off. No better time than now to hop into all the action. In fact, scan that QR code for me real quick as we get ready for our next games. But again, this is the best time to hop in on this deal for Street Fighter 6. In the meantime, we're going to get prepped and ready for game number 2, match number 2 with 2Game and Quasho Gaming. We'll see you right after this break.
呢度啦，係嗱呢度係啦 ，PSG 打咪喎下一場。RR 即係 Mono 嗰隊啦，第4場係 Chris One， 第2場就係第2場因為我打 BC 嗰隊 ，BC 贏啦，乜360P， 今日好忙係，因為咁多360P， 應該玩一條嗰個。咪 now 啲嗰隊啊，我覺得出邊個即係話邊個贏到㗎啦。啊，小孩嗰隊要贏，有機會贏到小孩嗰隊。不過冇啊，黐得都係贏唔贏都全力打，攞個好成績先。 做咩？食嘅啊？鼻屎嗰隊得鼻屎咯，我覺得我3個唔似打到機。呢個世界有2隻 game 雙版本，一隻係 Pokemon， 一隻洛克人。全力以赴啊！呢個好舊喎，呢個已經冇嘢播到，已經播到冇嘢播啦。機械數，仲有 wiper 咯。好慢啊！佢出啲嘢，已經唔係好期待，已經即係出咗個泳衣裝已經，我覺得今年出到泳衣裝已經算係咁。冇相，太新啦呢個人，一啲唔似。冇㗎。
Welcome back to Street Fighter League US 2025. Of course, we already kicked it off with a rematch of the finals from last year where Bandits got an early vengeance, right? But it's a long season, and obviously they're going to want the title to really claim that spot at Redemption. But of course, we're going to be moving on to some of our new participants here. We got 2G coming in the building and going up against Kwai Show.
第二個啦，全一米粉，支持米米。回跑啊！唔知佢點諗喎，真係。點解要揀人揀啲勁啲嘅，唔一定。你揀你啲朋友梗係死啦。
Gaining quite the popularity for very good reason, right? Our runner-up of Capcom Cup in the previous year, Blaz, has been nothing short of phenomenal. But quite
你估米米會唔會出場？米米會唔會出場？啊！我哋嘅軍爺點擺啊？如果軍爺今次冇擺米米，我叫軍哥算啦，唔叫軍爺。哇！先使人，我冇回憶啊！我細個冇睇啊，冇回憶加成啊，唔知數碼暴龍搞唔掂。乜名組合 OK 嘅，先得係摩洛係對隊長唔得咯，啲隊員都唔係好差 ，Prime 同埋 CK Song，Crossover 都唔算渣。
flavor to bring to the table, and yeah, with Mickey on the squad, it is going to be very dangerous. Like, I'm very interested in where they're going to put him, right? If he's going to be like a starter that really just wants to catch people off guard or what. And we're going to get into that by looking at the match order here. So let's take a look about who's going to get
咪啊，孫玉係咪啊？ 有相啦，咪嚟即刻影。點睇標寶嗰張同埋軍爺嗰張相係更重？呢米係中間。
Champion on the mind with Shen playing that tiebreaker role.
Damn, dude, that is a wild statement to make, dude. Back-to-back EWC champion Xiao Hai. Not only that, but he has been everywhere around the world playing multiple games and still maintaining that Mai. But we have our new challenges on the block, right? Although they are pristine and prestigious in regards to that roster with KSG, let's take a look at the new kids. We got 2G standing by with Rob TV and an interview with Blaz.
Since we are live for the first time ever with Street Fighter League, I can ask you questions that are current event topics, especially with this one. You're at the center of it. Why do you think that kids like yourself are able to dominate so much earlier in the world of Street Fighter?
Okay. Él lo que dice es que como esta es la primera vez que dado las recientes cosas que están pasando en la comunidad o en los eventos, como pensando referente al tema de que jóvenes como tú estén haciendo este ruido, este desempeño en lo que son los eventos de ahora.
Yo me mi mono con me.
Sí. Es que no lo había pensado. Yo pienso que como hay más niños jugando, por ende hay más niños que pueden ser fuertes. Y opino...
No, está bien. I mean, you're gonna... Es lo que quiere saber, ¿verdad? Porque tú piensas que... ¿Por qué piensas que los jóvenes están haciendo... Están también ahora mismo los jóvenes como tú? Especialmente tú como ejemplo.
Es que yo pienso que es porque ahora los niños tienen más oportunidades para jugar, tienen hay más comunidad donde pueden desarrollarse, tienen más tiempo, más apoyo. Y pienso como ahora hay más niños que me pueden ver a mí como inspiración, a otros niños como Hinao.
摩羅識英文喎，摩羅咪就係西班牙文同埋英文嘅合體咯。個 sofa 同埋阿
It's okay. So what he was saying is that he thinks that the reason like young prodigies are doing exceptionally well now this season is obviously it's more accessible, the game. There's more kids actually, or people that are young interested in the game. There's more communities like in Chile, like the community is very strong and they keep doing events and even making newcomers, like people that are inspired because of him. Now they have like an academy also in Chile. I don't know if you saw that they went to Evo France, but now there's a lot more players interested in that, and players like Hinao and Kraime that came just at the same time he's playing. So he feels like there's more accessibility, there's more way to get the information, there's more ways to play, to find out about the game and learn. And he feels that that's something that's helped out the young generation to like be even stronger because of the access that they have.
And with that access, they have been doing amazing things. This player right here to my left is, of course, the future. I know it, and everybody at home knows it as well. First time on Street Fighter League, and we're going to see exactly how it goes down. Let's send things over to our commentators.
I'm so surprised every time I hear his voice, man. I thought he was going to hit me with a baby. Lock them doors and turn the lights. Anyways, so I think it really comes with like the byproduct of legacy, right? When it comes to like having this upbringing for the younger players, it's established because of those legacy players. It's not necessarily like, oh, these kids are just like mad good. There's actually a lot of the foundation and groundwork put before us by the people who really gave a damn about the game, about the community as well, because it's not even just the game.
贏都咪訪問咯。咁老實講，你一定係揀嗰邊。應該都會訪問嘅，我諗，即係即係你總會第二輪再嚟嘅，就會訪問。除非真係冇人翻譯啦。哇，米對呢個我都唔知用咩啦。Who are you？
Yeah, Mickey's going to be one of the young guns, right? He's only age 16, but Brian
obviously
20 years old, so both of these players here. But obviously, the teenagers are the ones that are thought of to be the prodigal sons, right? We got the Mickeys, we got the Hinaos, we got Blaz and Crime and all these incredible young players. Obviously, Ending Walker, I mean, he might be 20 now, but obviously we saw him in Street Fighter 5 as well. But just incredible performances from these young guns. But Brian has been around the block.
DB 有冇得見呢個 Brian Job？
Always a staple in his World Warrior. Always one of of the top representatives of Brazil. So I'm excited to see these two clash. He's going to be bringing the DJ to the table. Up against
DJ 打 Hammy 啊，好，又開始，咁啊重腳撩下佢先，咁再踢，搶到輕拳，但係有啲遠，挑俾人對空，多食個前頭，俾人攞單咗，食個下中拳，咁就俾人破招。咁啊食咗個 O.D. 揾到 O.D. 波，咁啊俾人係咁喺度耍，搏反換咗邊先，咁啊碌過去，點知俾對手哇咁樣俾人打一套 jab 一下打套咁無，再前後揾到輕拳啦，咁啊推翻佢板中，升唔升？咁好驚升啊，所以就搏反啦呢個，咁啊一個斬殺線入咗，但係升落去啊！咁啊呢條位唔諗啦。咁我擋咗先，插腳插中啦，咁就搏個波腳，再一個前頭。哎呀，想壓制但係擺錯咗 Mitty 啊，掂到咪即係行後避咗個搭，再射個重腳跳到，咁就後重波腳升腳，咁啊流氣啊！再一個前頭，將對手打得翻即格氣，咁啊想壓制但係俾人 D 反啊！咁啊掃中腳，再俾人攞個加 film 嘅壓制，等咗個，哎呀行後避一個打咗一次，咁啊一個下中腳跳對手，留翻一燈，插腳有啲高位呢個，咁啊俾人用頭攻擊打翻轉頭，咁啊又攞到搣壓制，重拳打咗嘅，咁就再 fix 又打中一下，但係本身對手冇獲招，再攞加 film，咁啊推翻出去。想 parry 但係冇事，咁就中拳打坑呢就俾人推翻出去啊！咁啊擋到個中腳，又俾人加 film 衝咗埋嚟 ，parry 到個 watch 攻擊換邊先，咁啊點知都跳翻出嚟，但係用後頭翻入去啊！跳對空有啊，咁啊，哎呀俾人點到，未死啊我覺得，但係都俾人入 level 3啦。Right now, putting the full 3 meters. Mickey is going to live here. Brian's going to build a little bit of drive meter back. What's the 咁啊，插落去啊！俾咗 level 3先，咁就呢個位就可能磨多一陣，跟住就 impact 打暈都得，或者就咁直接 impact 啦，不過對面冇反應都得。哎呀！太驚咯！嗱，俾阿班人攞到第一鋪啊！Not gonna lie, I feel every person playing ranked right now get frustrated by that. 直接撞落我啊！直接撞咗落嚟應該。唔知係咪想轉火舞
But man, what a great tool to check walkbacks from DJ. And what good recognition coming in from Brian Job, not only to test what Mickey has in store on defense, but also kind of trying to really fight for that positioning. I think that's super important for DJ to smother any character.
真係火舞啦
But the switch up to Mai immediately.
Interesting to me. I'm wondering how this is going to work out because to me, Mickey is like the best like OD dive kick reversal player in the business. And I feel like that's what leads.
咁啊縮後，俾人踢中，咁啊打到下度，到一個前頭啊，咁啊掟波先。哎呀，重拳打空咗，咁啊俾人跳過咗個重拳。哎呀，但係對手個 set up 都唔好啊呢個，咁啊跳翻出，但係又俾人起上搶下輕腳，咁就俾對手搏招。咁 O.D. 咁啊掟線先，中拳打中，咁啊處力先，再壓制俾人搞得，我對手個 rush， 再擋，再擋，再上線啦，慢慢壓制，食咗個下段，咁啊中腳撩下佢，再食咗個下段，喂搞得揀嚟啊！咁啊 ，rush 過去後挑回俾對手壓力 ，impact 落去 ，in 到對手個後縮啊！但係血量方面仲係好大鑊 ，O.D. 線馬身先中咗個下段，俾晒死啊！應該兩個龍焰舞 ，level 1啱啦，咁就成功個 impact 追晒成條啊！ 咁啊，擋咗先，食個前頭。再食多個前頭 ，Mitty， 咁啊，食咗一套的大受到傷害。我食個前頭，咁啊搶掣，但係俾人哋打住，咁啊再搶下中拳，哎呀食咗個 OD 波，咁又痛啊呢個，咁入咗阿 Brian 嘅 match point 啊，地空靚啊！咁啊加飛馬仔過頂先，食咗個前頭。乜中隊食咗，哎呀搶到個下段，咁就波佢啦，飛埋上，再頭攻擊俾對手搞得。哎呀，哎呀呢個有啲曳啊呢個。咁啊你，D 反到，但係 burn 到自己，咁啊俾搶到重拳，俾埋啦 ，OK， 咁啊掟咗先，咁就要，但係問題都係 burn 到緊。重拳打中啊，留翻一鋪啦咁就6-1。哇！咩？走啊！唔打啦！屌你老味！直接退出遊戲。
against the plethora of guys that I'm sure they're going to see over the course of the season. Because I've talked to a couple of different people, and in like the Latin America regions, Maya is not as popular as she is in a lot of the other
countries. 完全冇理佢哋，快啲，快鳩啲唔該。
Players don't want to play her there, or if there's some players that are really strong against the character, like Brian Job looked strong against Maya in that situation. There's been theorizing that Luke does really well in the matchup as well, and they have really strong Lukes. Juninho Ross obviously plays a really strong Luke on this team as well.
你知問現場觀眾啊
？For either Shanghai in the future or maybe even in the set.
啊！睇完咁浪啦。
Earlier on, like a preview of what's to come in regards to the anchor spot. This is crucial and critical data coming in for the 2G squad. But a little bit of a timeout to see what needs to change.
哎呀，重拳打空咗，咁就俾人仲要食埋個下段 ，confirm 到嘅下中拳啊，見到佢。精啊，翻嚟 ，rush 後頭換邊，又到你又翻版邊啦。波頭打一下先，跌咗個中腳，解用個輕拳一平對手啊。parry 得靚啊，你確反啊，但係哎有啲遠啊，仲要俾人 reset 頭攻擊。哎靚，咁直接用個反波腳嚟啦，波落去，哎呀，俾人叮到啊，咁就俾 DJ 搞到一等啊。得到，但係冇confirm。俾人攞加飛，攞頂先，得到對手個 rush， 再波腳 ，stream 到，咁啊叻佢啦。仲有一個前頭，好啲線行先，人行後，精到你個前跳，咁啊 whiff 咗個線，仲要逼到對手個 parry， 我配一燈。就兩邊都係 match point 啊！咁啊又俾人矛身啦，咁啊掟我波先，衝完打中，但係冇confirm，俾人踢中，有啲遠啦，有啲近，咁啊搏到輕拳，咁啊埋一場出翻嚟先，用個跳壓制，衝完打中啦，哎呀，但係照搶對手，咁啊版邊屈機模式啟動啦，兩個打。三個升到啊 ，OK 出翻嚟先，得唔到，咁啊掟先，咁啊 parry 咗出翻嚟，但係咁啊上下中拳踢中啦，但係冇confirm，解答成功，路解，哦 cut 到，死唔死啊？死好似死啊！reset 應該死喎，哦大鑊你。貼死啦，應該死啊！啱啱我覺得。哇！2-1。啊早晨，哎呀，點解唔殺啊？咁係啦，不知放個太陽。咁就俾2G 攞咗10分先啦，分爺黑面， 應該死啊！我話嘅，其實第一燈都係爭少少，第一場 camp。臨尾佢太 respect 對手啦，呢個當佢啦，唔好諗啦。我覺得殺到喎，認真。
Yeah, it was so sick to see the different things that really let Brian succeed in this matchup, right? Obviously, DJ has a pretty potent fireball, so he's kind of able to combat Mai there in a little bit better than a lot of other characters. But it was a lot of the hard callouts as well, right? Like the neutral jumps on the stand fierce, we saw that hit multiple times. In addition to that, we just see him like stay at this range where he can harass with a lot of the Sobot kicks as well, making sure Mickey space trapped. That time he was a little bit too close, right? But he made sure to just
有啲危嘅，我覺得爭少少。我係佢我都有啲，我係佢我都啱嘅，爭有機會啱少少，但係我會俾晒。因為不知火冇 level 3點但係我企可以前啊，殺到啊，殺到覺得殺到，我會俾晒，同埋殺唔到你都有 Oki 啊。
is the one that's going to be sent up against VX Bowser and
Bison 仲喺屋企。
Shaka 22, their other player besides Blaz on this team is a Dawson player, and I don't think Dawson has much fun up against Bison personally.
咁就小寶隊呢個 loot 嚟，咁樣 loot 37歲。
I'm expecting to bring a Luke to the table, which
I think Bison a bit better. 唔係，Bison 冇去到最後。
If I'm not mistaken, still sticking with the modern.
Luke 仲喺屋企。其實佢冇去，你以為純粹的是我嘛？
I don't blame him. Media pick is also pretty solid, like being able to space people out. But other than that, like Luke, he's been built for modern regardless, right? Like that whole mechanic was like kind of built around Luke, so he's not going to be missing out on too much. I still think he gets what he needs to get in regards to being able to outspace opponents, really apply pressure. I actually want to know more so if VX Bao is going to be able to handle something like Luke, because I feel like Luke in general have been kind of a pain in a lot of like the Asian countrysides.
That's funny enough. Right? Yeah, exactly. Definitely Luke still a little like not too prominent, but the players that do play him have success in the Asian countries, right? So yeah, it's cool to see. We even saw that at the Chengdu Major with one of the players like being very prominent with Luke as well, with the grand finalists. But in general, yeah, I want to see what he does against the Bison. I want to see if like a Bison kind of influences the control scheme that Junior Ross picks, right? Like maybe he plays both now, and maybe he picks the modern to have answers to like the slower startup stuff, like either Psycho Crush or even Stand Heavy Punch from Bison, right? Being like way up there, even like a reactable like for parry. But obviously with the modern, you'll be able to have a lot more options. But it is going to be classic with the Luke it's looking like, at least from our HUD, yeah.
Man, all right, you got me.
But he might, he just might be that comfortable now where he's like, all right, I got the reactions are there. I'm used to seeing everything within the game, right? Because of course, like when it comes to fighting games, that's a huge thing when it comes to reactions. The reactions get better because you get used to seeing stuff, certain things. So you might just be able to make up for those modern losses with his classic gameplay.
Yeah, so outside of like the
好，波食咗下中腳，咁就俾 loot rush 代或招，後避咗個攻擊，咁就到翻，咁就用個輕拳學翻之後啫，就吹翻出去啊。咁啊頭攻擊俾對手搞得，咁啊中拳打中對手，咁就推絲打攞單啊。咁啊打中對手，再搏個甩口，再前後。咦，擋晒，搶咗掣，但係輕拳同 rush 過去，咁我得翻一格仔啊！再頭擊，今次搞頭，咁就中腳撩下佢後挑，咁啊防對手較剪腳啊！哎呀，都係俾人輕腳踢死咗。輕腳一開波 cut 到對手，咁就甩好 combo 啦。就搏個反波拳，到一個前後，後啦，第二次出現個畫面啦，咁就今次用 O.D. 較剪腳，再炸彈跑過去攞加 fit， 哎中拳打中，再 O.D. 較剪腳，再試多個較剪腳，咁啊踩拍反波拳啦，哎唷，咁啊俾人用個星推翻出嚟，咁 parry 到個 watch 攻擊，咁就你咪 level 3啊，唔俾。咁就 parry 到個壓制，咁就又俾對手換邊啦。咁就起上 parry 俾人頭攻擊，咁就係咁用下中拳啦，冇對空。 再俾人 watch 頭擊，得翻格仔啊！講到先，哎呀，但食咗個頭擊死埋，就俾 Lut 攞到1燈。轉角，不知火舞。呢個係咩？小孩呢個就係快手 style， 輸咗就不知火舞。
lot of characters up his sleeve, and the Mai is here yet again. But he started with the Bison, man. Does everybody on this team have a Mai?
有波後重拳，但係點知小寶冇咁滯啊！作為一個上到最輕嘅，因為兩個角色撞埋一齊，俾人食咗下中腳啊，咁就甩好啦。咁啊擋咗先。高啲線，多前頭攞到唔少傷害啊！中拳打中，再推，再壓制，但係俾對手level 1打翻轉頭。咁啊掟線，高啲線，咁啊，擋得切。咁啊擋咗先，擋咗先。後重拳打中啊，痛啊呢個。咁啊甩好啦。哎呀！起上升俾人擋到，咁就一瞬間就俾。Lut 跳咗，咁就一開波俾小波攞咗個起攻先啊！去到下段，咁啊 level 1俾埋啦，係啦，咁就開咗個 level 1就可以 watch 個壓制，唔係兩個線令個對手 burn out，impact 打暈對手先，然後就博個簡單 combo。哎呀，冇痛！但係食咗個下中拳，再食埋個頭擊，中拳打中，咁就簡單單嘅 combo kill 咗啦。咁啊輕腳 watch 俾人升啊，頭擊解頭，甩頭 parry 咗先，食咗個波頭，但係唔係 watch 嘅加持，但係食埋下邊嘅下中腳。咁就俾level 3唔俾喎，解頭，都冇反應喎，一掟線即刻level 3穿波，咁啊4000啦呢度。對空啊冇啊，跌翻出嚟，對面都冇對空，但係後頭換翻入去，中拳打中，直接level 3，一瞬間拎翻4000唔傷害啊！咁就兩面都掂到對手就可以攞到1燈㗎啦，兩面都係 carry， 但係冇對手個頭，高啲線，哎呀上到輕拳，死埋啦，2-0，好啦，冇諗過咁嘅結果啊，殺埋小寶。國米係有話國米冇事嘅。一場輸啫，唔係成日小孩贏，川玉贏就得噶啦。嗱，都係嗰句小孩 carry。Against both the Bison and the Mai. Take a look at that. You saw him just waiting it out against VX Bao, throwing in that standing light kick. Very risk averse and also really trying to play that counter poke game, but overall, his defensive decision making so sound. But
Exactly right. You really, I think, highlighted it perfectly with the fact that Luke getting Oki off damn near every hit really allows him to smother Bison. So VX Bao switched the character with a reversal right there, get baited out. And just in general, what Mai wants to do is fight a lot of, right? I love that as well. Using the OD Sandblast in the corner, jab quickly afterwards. Just in general, making sure that he didn't give Mai a lot of gaps to play with, and then really nullifying that fan space. That's something we saw from both Brian and Juninho Ross. They never really played at that spot that Mai got to comfortably throw fans at. Just a really great job prioritizing where to be against a very potent character.
Buckle up for this next one, ladies and gentlemen. Another Mai coming your way, but it's in
東方神啊，有小孩，冇得㗎啦，會贏我。咁就呢個係 EWC
rematch。EWC Grand Finals with Shanghai versus Blast. Oh, this is what Street Fighter League's all about.
Brother, this is only day one.
Day one!
I can't really emphasize it, but I've said it in previous seasons. It only gets better. It's crazy how that's held up. Honestly, that came from the top of the dome.
I remember
but here we are now, man.
It really does only get better, man. So let's talk a little bit about this, right? Blas
唔知應該不知火舞啊，定佢揀咗，輸咗先可以轉，但係都唔會轉㗎啦，我諗。我相信佢應該 study 不知火舞 study 得好犀利。不過睇下嗰啲點，分歌一定㗎啦，呢個就。
He's a busy man. He's got a lot of things to do, right? Street Fighter's not the only thing on his docket. So he's splitting his time here and there. He's a married man as well. He's got to be a loving husband, right?
會唔會係雖然佢打南美成個比賽都咁泰王，一場都冇輸過，天馬吉。但係我唔知泰王打麥會得唔得？我覺得唔係好得。老實講，你要喺1年生存，你一定要打贏麥咯。如果唔係麥大軍咁樣逐個嚟。
That's pretty good. He be collecting the bag pretty significantly. I mean, Shanghai again, although like he's had such a pristine record this year, he has never been a slouch in regards to every game that he's played throughout the year.
冇嘅，不知火舞唔係對拆咗就可以打一贏嘅角色嚟。你只係有一個入場券可以打佢。
Than a lot of the players within the states themselves coming in for these top spots, coming in for these premier events. So it's a very really big contrast in regards to what we're seeing between like Blas and Shanghai in terms of travel, in terms of experience, but the results are still so damn close to each other.
Yeah, and it's funny how much these two actually do have in common, despite
冇咁勁，我睇下點。哇！睇下咪 PVP 都冇乜，唔係大，即係又係入場券嚟嘅 PVP 係。PVP 完之後點樣應對先係問題。我又未即係不知可唔可以啲選項可以打你 PVP 飯拖嗰啲咁滯。
He was a young prodigy himself. So it's so sick to see kind of this like maybe a rivalry start to blossom with like Shanghai against somebody that he used to be.
Yeah, it's funny enough, like all the young kids, they be stepping up to the OGs nowadays, and even back then, I'm just saying, it's been a thing.
You know, it's kind of been around this whole time.
Yeah, you know,
I gotta say, 100%.
There's a guy named Justin Wong that might know a story or two about doing that kind of like.
玩廢個係啦，嗱不知火舞垃圾。咁 Kimberly 一定係 S 角啦。我同打街霸，大佬，我同打街霸都唔夠我睇 S， 我唔夠我支持國米咁緊要，真係我國米 fans。真係伊貝都冇面俾啊！
graphic for it on the screen right now, but we got one in full effect that we're going to show off later. And of course, 10-0 in the building, bringing the best FGC apparel known to man, including that Akuma Heaven shirt in gold now. Stop, bro. It's a crew neck, by the way. Let me fix my face.
Even the pin was
你話不知火舞垃圾啦，咁我唯有話 Kimberly S 角咯，係咪？
The beads on the right. That's coming soon, by the way. Not available just yet, but what
應該唔使 level 1都有嗰個，應該唔使開 level 1都有 buff 嗰個性能啦。一個波已經有啦咩？我覺得。博米 fans 黐線，咪全一米粉。
And by the way, there are tickets available right now to come watch in person for the SFL-US, right? If you're in the Los Angeles area or are planning a visit, there's a QR code.
博米好啦，一日一場嘅啫。
All the info about where you can get your tickets. Just come on down, man. Come through. We got so many days of this action as well, all live and in full effect as well. So it's going to be a beautiful, beautiful couple of weeks because we obviously have the first 4 days from Thursday through Sunday, but we got a December stint and of course the finals.
係喎，打得 Code 喎，我先睇到喎。
Again, it's going to be Blast Shanghai best of 5 and
哇！真係帝王，真係咁勁咩？佢玩咗，譬如佢呢一個月都玩緊晒。咁啊，重拳再前後，再前後。咁啊，放翻個波出翻出去先。哇！佢輕拳打爆嗰粒線。喂，睇唔到。哎呀，咁就俾大家cut翻轉頭，我食個重星啦。再一個前後。咁啊，順雷吉咁有一個 mix up 嚟嘅。再出壓制係俾利是升啊。咁啊，個波穿咗對手個線，再慢慢掟。喺嗰啲埋下身先。 TC 定個對手 burn out， 但係都係過反到。咁就但係 burn out 咗就慢慢魚肉嚟啦，可以。中咗，咁就升咗啦。你可以咁勁嘅？哇！小孩呢個位勁喎，以為死硬㗎咯喎。唔知有時我覺得 level 2可能未必贏到我死，有時。咁啊，填重腳 cut 到對手個聲先，再嚟。我以為死咗，俾埋 level 3喎，一瞬間大放鬆。
大家好啊！
咁啊，打中咗下段，同埋我升。我前頭俾對手搞大 ，rush 過去俾對手搞頭啊！再掟，哇用重升啊！咁你仆街啦！咁就食咗個 TC， 再食個輕拳，波頭但係俾咗 parry， 咁啊俾晒都死唔係喎，應該好似應該死喎冇嘢啦。parry 起動嘅攻擊幾大嚟啊！食咗下段呢個幾勁嘅呢個，一行後食咗行一格，喲！俾人一個踢翻轉頭，咁啊開咗你放先，咁啊擋咗先。哎呀！呢個特係痛啊！呢個咁啊又順雷腳壓制，今次擋到，想再壓制，但係今次俾阿小孩升翻轉頭。你上 parry， 點知俾人打？咁啊 level 2啊有隨時有個核彈飛過嚟㗎啦。咁啊唔敢放波啊！見到阿鼻屎，哎呀食咗睇下啲，搶到輕拳，哎呀但係跌猶豫咗啊，搏唔到下中腳，然後就波落去，等翻少少血啦。咁啊硬 rush 過去啦，因為會死輸啊！而家唔係講到先，副圈照搶輕拳搶死咗，成功咁樣 kill 啦，1-0。好嚟啦！咁啊掟線先，再放波，咁啊睇下啲踢翻出去。搶掣，個 TC 照踢喎，真係我都幾憎呢啲嘢。立中腳擋咗之後 ，TC 踢埋落去，跟住我又想撳掣啊，食俾地下踢咗。咁啊踢晒佢啦，掟線。一下咁啊，又睇下呢埋身，擋咗痛啊呢個，咁就再擋個大吞步，咁啊用個 OD 嘅波攞個加 fit 點知掉到喺對手場，飛咗，咁啊我一波，呢個追到後靚啦，咁啊令個對手 burn out 先，咁啊睇下啲哇，睇下啲避咗個波彈，俾鼻屎搶到個輕拳。咁啊係咁喺度耍拳啦，咁啊放波，掟個線，再掟線，中拳壓制，揾咗對手睇下啲 ，rush 過去，中拳打中，俾埋我升啦，見到中啊俾埋level 3，我得半血喺度位。唔得啊！哇！我仲要 impact 打暈對手，再 impact 1-1，應該唔會叻啩？你好似唔係喎，死啊！我啱啱見到個聲咁大嘅，前面好似冇乜勁勢力。But he canceled off of the first hit right into the drive impact to ensure that it connects. Yeah. That is genius. I don't know if any other normal would have been like enough of a gap, like if it maybe to kind of like press a button or not even press a button, like throw or anything like that. So roundhouse. 咁啊放波，咁啊再放，踢中啦，但係冇防分。裏面鬥耍空氣，再俾小孩下中嘅啦。咁啊下中嘅打中之後再埋身。rush 落去，打咗中個中段啦，咁啊再做個對空啊有啊，哎呀俾人升，新女嘅，又中一下，咁就俾多個 rush 死噶啦，咁啊見到 即係攻嘅時候，基本上撳我死咗。之後幫我睇下啲飛過嚟嘅。咁啊，信雷吉今次又再飛過去，飛到個 reverse 啊！咁就開level 1先，攞個強化。咁啊，強撳個 parry， 單 hit 但係冇嘢搏，cut 到啊，但係唔 rush。咁啊，今次到我升翻出去，掃到對手個大空，都係再前頭攻擊對手啊，落掟波。咁啊，慢慢對對手就拼，用個線，處力線，哎呀，有啲遠啦，打唔中下段，我頂。咁啊，再放波，然後就，哎呀正啊，屈到埋去，俾補翻個 level 1，咁就再前頭，咁啊對手和血啦。咁啊齋下升啊，有啊真係，搶中拳，但係點知都係攞到，後頭換邊，咁啊至少換咗邊就 OK。Watch 個痛啊，死咗啦，好大力啊！呢個升，成半條冇咗。
The damage output on Sagat, he did not need any drive rush extension, no OD move, no nothing. And still took him from like 50%. What a beast. That boy's the king. That guy's a unit.
咁啊，睇下少咗兩個波。哇！呢個輕腳打爆個線係咪真㗎？好似第二次都係咁。咁就食咗前後。咁就慢慢掟波，主力線俾個波打消咗啊！又中咗對手，咁啊 O.D 嘅呢，再中個睇下呢做個 Oki， 再嚟一次，哎呀冇諗過順雷嘅打空氣，然後就俾人打轉頭啊！再一個前頭，哎呀死唔死啊？level 2，死唔死啊？我覺得死唔去。咁大力嘅咩呢招？死啊！冇嘢啦，無限攻，中咗下中拳死咗。2-1啦，慶祝定啦！後邊嗰班友已經搶3唔係搶2，係我搶3喎。後邊嗰個人諗緊搶幾，你仲要俾人影到係我嘅搶3喎咁樣。咁啊，可能轉角轉 Cammy， 或者轉 C0。都係不知火喎。咁就放波先。有咩掃低咗啊？吹咗個，打到個 TC。O.D 嘅呢搏招，再搏個重升埋尾，痛啊！咁就埋咗身先，再順雷腳攞個加飛嘛，再嚟一次呢個博弈，呢次都，好大力啊！吹咗，但係又打中一下，但係小孩冇運翻，反而我搏嘅時候先運翻，但唔緊要，令個對手 burn out 咗至少。可以如果要輕腳打中，但係佢選擇放個上波，再用個中腳連人帶線踢爆咗，咁啊小孩嘅 match point 啦。順雷腳埋下身先，又搏翻咗對手，再嚟一次，踢爆咗 ，OK 攞單咗對手，再順雷腳，冇確反啦，咁啊唔知係咪太遠，我都唔知得唔得。咁啊踢。哎呀，重拳confirm到，level 1，有大力。咁啊 ，O.D 波竟然用，要burn到自己用，原地挑俾人升翻落嚟啊！波頭係講到都好多係不知火舞有利嘅。Impact 打暈對手，1、2、3、4，砰！個前頭。搏落去，俾人擋到啦。咁啊，間出翻嚟先，到低咗對手，搏落去都係俾人擋到啊。跳，大鑊，死咗。 3-1 KO 咗小孩，40-0啊，好傷啊呢個大執。
telling y'all, we highlighted it at the top of this set. As soon as we saw the first mine, we said these Latin American countries,
40-0 啊！國米 fans 今日喊住翻去，今晚瞓得唔好啊！跌白一鋪嘅，我覺得雖然都幾傷，40-0都有一追嘅。呢得差唔多啦，呢得尾二啦，應該第二場。我喺捉箭板。
Coming through with so many of the rookies as you mentioned, right? Shock has never been a part of it either, right? It's like a whole team.
全部都係箭板，川足唔係箭板咯，川足可以企喺度鬧下小孩，指住個頭，呢個垃圾咁樣指住個頭。
What a way to hold it down and let everybody know there's a whole new threat in Street Fighter League US.
Man, I can't wait to see the rebuttal, right? Again, this is double round robin. Both teams are going to have to face off against each other eventually in the future in December.
係啊，咁講咗先啦。不知火舞未贏過，勝率係0啦，不知火舞同 Kimberly 一樣。川總兵人生啊！
Man, and you know, I'm so glad you highlighted the point about like I can't wait to see these two teams play again with the side switch and all that. I don't know how much that's gonna help Kwaisho because they all played Mai against 3 different players and all lost. So this is definitely going to be back to the drawing board and have to come up with some fundamental different game plans because it was a DJ, a Luke, and a Sagan. All 3 different players were able to vanquish that Mai across the 3 different players from Kwaisho. That is a wild way to get this game cracking.
We got to send Jen up there, baby.
Yeah,
if they get a home side advantage, which they will in their next
點解？佢哋兩個周不時嗌交㗎啦。
Absolutely right. You got to imagine. Man, oh man, I love Jen. They're one of my favorite players out here, so hopefully we do get to see him. Yeah, legitimately, just a really cool dude. So hopefully we get to see him next round, next match from Kwaisho Gaming. But man, what a statement, right? 2 games to come in here like this. 4 debut players, 3 of them playing, all getting W's. The first 40 Bob, not only a statement for themselves, for everybody else to take note of, but that's got to be a huge confidence booster, right?
Oh, absolutely. Right? It's one of those there's so many uncertainties when it comes to being in a team format, right? They all represent themselves individually. So this is going to be like everything they need to study up on and also kind of like go with going forward for the rest of the season.
哇，下一場就你們精神嘅啦，下一場。唔好以為今日。
And just like that, 2 game in their inaugural Street Fighter League match in their debut 40-0 victory. Of course, I'm joined here with the victors, starting with my dog, Juninho Ross. Ross style, looking very effective in that first match against Biggs Bao. Take us through it.
Oh, yeah.
Biggs Bao.
No, we studied our opponents because we were the home team, so everybody studied very hard. So we knew somehow what to do, yeah.
You know, some people probably would have considered you guys maybe the underdog going up against a team like KSG. Were you aware of that, and did you look at yourselves like the underdogs?
This is just the beginning for South America. We came to stay, and I have to thank you everybody because everybody that is involved in this for us to be here. So 2 game, Capcom itself. And there's a man behind everything. It's called Joe. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Okay. I know you're hearing.
Shout out, Joe. Okay, now I got to ask you,
Thank you, Joe.
I actually need you to translate for my brother, Blas. Blas, you just had the EWC Grand Finals run back up against Xiaohai. This time you go with the Sagat. Did you learn something from your EWC match, and why did you pick Sagat?
¿Entendió?
Give him the mic too for that part.
Pues sí, en la WCA cometí muchos errores que ahora no cometo. Por ejemplo, antes hacía mucho backdash o no hacía algunos golpes y con Sagat y ahora que sé más del matchup, lo puedo hacer mejor. Y elegí a Sagat porque tiene mejores normales, tiene mejor neutro, tiene más daño. Y pienso que es un mejor matchup que Ryu también. Y ahora que sé mejor el matchup, no creo que me vuelva a ganar con Yomei.
Yeah. He said now he's not doing the same mistakes that he did before, like backdashing, and he knows now what he's doing right now, and he thinks Sagat is better than Ryu, maybe other characters much better. Yes, because he had better neutral.
佢唔會犯
fireballs, yeah.
佢話佢唔會犯以前嘅錯誤，同
Same good things about Sagat, yeah.
好似話薩加勁過龍。
Oh, everybody on Twitter up here complaining about Ryu this whole time, up playing Ryu and complaining about Sagat. Every Sagat player, be quiet. I'm tired. Zafrino, Jibbo, all of y'all. I got trash to talk after this. But I cannot get out of this without talking to Brian as well. This is your first ever match here at Street Fighter League, and you go ahead and take down Mickey. So I just got to ask, how was your first match?
點贏 Mickey 啊？
Eu tava bem nervoso por estrear essa participação da Two Game na Street Fighter League. Porém, a gente estudou bastante os oponentes. A América do Sul tem menos experiência em campeonato internacional, porém a gente tem um grande volume de jogadores. A gente conhece os personagens, porém não conhece os estilos. E para se preparar para os estilos, a gente viu bastante partidas dos nossos oponentes. E foi essencial para ter uma boa estreia aí na competição.
He was a little nervous because maybe the first time playing on Street Fighter League, but everything went well because again he said we did a very hard study from our opponents. He said that in South America we have many players, however there are not many styles, so it's hard sometimes for us to adapt to these new styles because maybe our region we don't have those styles. It's far away. We cannot play online. Maybe with North America, but the other regions, Central America. But he said that we studied very much the opponents, and that gave us some edge.
Okay, and that edge clearly was felt by their opponents. Just like that, 2 games, 40, the 40 ball up against KSG, and we're about to see just how far they can take it. Let's go ahead and send things over to our commentators.
We told y'all, man. We told y'all at the top of that set that LATAM is cooking against Mai. If you look at the results of that region, bro, the Mai's are getting drowned by everybody else. And you can see it full of... It's not just, oh, that region is extremely strong. The players of Mai in that region extremely strong, but they have prepared these guys here at SFL for the rest of the world's Mai's as well.
I mean, they're not only like churning the pot right now in terms of like the competition, they're doing so on socials. My man said, yo, Sagat was the choice for me. He thinks he's a little bit better than Ryu right now. Granted, it's within the context of the matches. The fact that Rob called out that was unnecessary roughness. Come on, Rob. I'll have to take you 15 yards out back. That's actually kind of rough. You know, I'm a big fan of Zafrino and Jibbo, mind you. Those are our guys. But, I mean, all things considered, who would have thought the new cats on the block scoring a 40 bomber? That is so uncommon.
你門丁神仲有 CN 可以訪問。
First day, couldn't ask for anything better.
And look at that, right? You heard some of the players talk about, right? They might underestimate us because we don't get to play with the rest of the world, yada, yada, like that. That's just a testament to get your butts on the game and get your fingers off the keyboard. That's all I'm trying to say right now. But, of course, we got plenty of stuff here to put your fingers on when it comes to the gaming side of things, right? Like, of course, Bow, right there, Steel Series. Always bringing the best sets in the business. You know what it is. Pro players have won more prize money using Steel Series gear than any other brand, and they are the most winning brand. And yes, Vicious, not just
USA 啲人話 SFL 咦唔好話 US 啦 ，SFL World 啊。不過 EU 啊真係 EU， 咁啊雷殺。其實好似話規矩冇講過話唔俾 ES， 點知日本賽區冇話過，從來冇話過唔可以俾日本外嘅人打。但係但係佢哋揀人都係揀日本為主。就其實冇講，從來冇講過。但係歐洲好似係講話歐洲先打得。但係至少有 SFL-US 至少可以俾，至少香港有得打，我覺得。 如果真係美國先有得打咧，你住日本一定要啦，但係你每個禮拜都打喎，你會點樣唔住日本啊？ 好似係有個佢哋有個 studio 打嘅，即係佢哋唔係屋企4個 online。佢哋咩有個咩有個 account 叫咩 SFL-US Day1 咁樣，跟住坐喺個 studio 輪流排一部機。即係唔係城市杯咁樣咯。
In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere because we'll be right back with more Street Fighter League.
好啦，咁就第二場打2場，依家就6點開始，依家7點8。咁你睇下搞咗幾點啊？應該開多幾個係好，我實好㗎，我實贊成㗎。Capcom 又要抌幾廿萬出嚟，有機實冇話冇嘅，其實邊度都可以搞啦。講真，你南美都可以搞㗎，北美又可以搞，有冇個賽區都得㗎。香港自己搞定 SFL Hong Kong。香港到香港到一隊，九龍東一隊，九龍西一隊，新界東一隊咁樣。香港人可以自己組嘅，但係要嗰個組織，即係嗰隊要遞信入去，要申請入去 Capcom 批咯。解嚟講，又好似Capcom又淨係批過呢幾隊。係啊 ，Round 2再飛去啊！係啊，我哋整打一個入去我哋。3分幾？大家好啊！我先咁啊，等 Be Right Back 翻嚟。
Red Bull gives you wings.
If our meal is to survive, our people need help now. I will not idly sit on the throne as our nation faces its death.
Our village has long kept these canines as our wards. This is a threat to our very way of life. You're not the only one here who's curious about Lady Amara.
The future of Azuria rests on your shoulders, and you sat yourself down right in front of an assassin. Are you out of your mind?
The Living Mountain, Yamatsukami.
Right back into it, we got game number 3 between Shopify Rebellions and Falcons Gaming. My name is Vicious here with Ringe to bring back the very third match for the season after what was a kind of a big blowout. A very surprising blowout at that.
Wild, 100%. And just to clarify, also from that Blas interview, I got some word from some of the Spanish-speaking homies that the Sagat thing about being better than Ryu, I think was specifically for the My matchup.
That's why I said within the context.
Yeah, exactly. Within
the
context of the match, not just in general. Just want to make sure everybody before.
Yeah, thanks, Rob.
They start getting out of hand. I know how quickly things can blow up via the discourse. But yeah, incredible performance by the entirety of the team, not just Blas, right? But yeah, man, we're going to be moving on to look at 2 more teams, I believe. And before we get any of our run backs, it's going to be Shopify Rebellion versus Falcons. Ooh-wee, with Falcons being the away squad, right? So they're the ones that are going to be setting up the order that's going to be locked in, while Shopify Rebellion has the privilege of choosing which player they want to set up for the matchup.
Yeah, a little bit of a change-up in regards to the Shopify Rebellion group, if I'm not mistaken, with the addition of Shine, right? We've mentioned that a little bit earlier at the top of the show, but it's going to be Knuckle Duel, Kevin, Shine, and Just a Kid. Whereas on the side of Falcons, it's NL, DCQ, Xian, and Oil King. Former champions, by the way. Don't forget that.
Yeah. Do not forget.
你們精神開波啦！
Reach the peak when it comes to Street Fighter League US, and they're going to attempt to do
it. 有咩病？
Let's see if we can get that order as well. I want to see what exactly Falcons is going to be bringing to the table here. And in terms of the order, DCQ
你們精神擺頭啊！又 CNL， 我就擺最後。
Always like DCQ because he can have a real aggressive side of him, so him being the point for the team, I'm a huge fan of. Backed by Xian in the DJ position, while NL, the Capcom Cup qualified participant, in the anchor position with the Oil King Terry there for the tiebreaker if necessary.
Damn, what a picture coming in from...
咁就翻狂試嘅係咪真㗎？冇睇錯嘛？
I'm gonna be the extra man. I don't want to hear none of this. But funny enough, we've had like championship caliber teams before. I mean, obviously this one being one of them, really trying to reacclimate themselves within the meta in terms of like their character choices and also how they've played in the CPT. But we have someone who's also been involved in that meta throughout the entirety of the world and has always been in a very big spotlight for a very long time from a very young age. Surprise, surprise. We have Knuckle Dude actually standing by with interview Rob Lee representing himself in Shopify Rebellion.
Every season of Street Fighter League, you always seem to have at least one of your homies, like your real life friends, on your squad. Why is that the case? I know with me it was because I was there to carry you.
No, I think it's pretty important to have team synergy because, you know, every year we try to have the most broken team and sometimes the language barrier does really come into play. So this year we got all Americans and we're all friends. So it's just, I'm curious how it's going to play out, but it worked pretty well for FlyQuest, you know.
I don't like how soft you hold the mic. Like you don't hold the mic like a grown man. You got, you know what I'm saying? I can see your play style.
Make it worse. Come on, let's go.
So, this year's Team Shopify now went over to Japan. What was that trip about? Well, why did you go over to Japan?
Yeah, we just want to do something different. Just boot camp in Japan and get practice that we can't get in America. So, like, we don't have a lot of JP players here. We don't have a lot of players. So we just went over there, got the we could get, and to our surprise, like a lot of us did really good versus like the top Japanese players. So it's a really good confidence boost, and I feel like we're coming in at the best shape that we possibly can. You know?
So you switched up your roster a decent amount this season. What went into that? How did you go about scouting your players?
Well, Dual Kevin's a staple. You know, Shine, I teamed up with him in a different game, Street Fighter 5, twice or 3 times actually, and it was with you as well. So you already know how strong Shine is, and Jack, you know, he's like a wild card. He can beat anyone on any
睇佢有冇後悔咯，我哋拭目以待。
You the realest captain. Okay, and last thing, when it comes to you personally, I feel like we've recently seen you, I don't know, maybe take the ankle weights off. It seems like you're playing your best Street Fighter 6. What goes into that, and how confident are you personally going into Street Fighter League?
I'm pretty confident. I would say the biggest.
呢個人都係不知火舞喎，冇記錯呢個。
Every time I take a L, she's always like encouraging me, keeping me in check, telling me if I really trained hard enough. I'll be like, yeah, maybe I didn't, you know. So yeah, I will say she's a big reason why I'm doing so good.
All right, Knuckle Do Dang, Capcom Cup champion, back at Street Fighter League with Shopify Rebellion, trying to throw down and see if they can win their first Street Fighter League US championship. Let's go ahead and send things over to our commentators.
All right, shouts to Wifey Dude, bro. I'm keeping the man Wifey Dude, keeping him in check. That's what I like to see. I also like to see the idea of boot camp in Japan, right? Fighting games being mostly a solo venture, you don't get to see as much boot camping as you do in like other team esports, right? So I really like the idea of going out to Japan, checking it all out, right? Of course, but I believe we also have another interview with their opponents, and let's go to Rob and Oil King.
We've seen you do it all on Street Fighter League at this point. You and your entire team. You've won a Street Fighter League US championship before. Is this the year where you do it again and actually take the world championship?
Yeah, I would say, yeah, we will. We won. We won it. We're hungry. We will buy it.
Oh, you hungry.
We will try our best to win this season.
Okay, and where's that hunger coming from? You know, at this point, all of you have a whole lot of accolades. Why are you so hungry this year?
Next season, Street Fighter League US in playoff, we got third place. Of course, third place is not close enough, but it's pretty close. So this year, we will come back.
We will come back.
Okay, and when you say you come back, I mean, literally, you keep bringing the exact same team back every season of Street Fighter League. Why is that?
Okay, usually the different season in the team will like try to change your teammate, try to upgrade, change something. But just like you say, we won before. We believe each other. We believe we can do it again.
啲就嚟講就我哋相信我哋嘅隊友，我哋會贏咯。
Really brothers, okay, and brotherhood definitely one of the most underrated aspects when it comes to winning in Street Fighter League.
我一問好似係一個隊。
teams. Who do you think is your biggest challenge on paper?
邊個係最強？
Which team is the
邊個
hardest for
係
you guys
最
to
大嘅
beat?
敵人？
Okay, to be honest, okay, this season have a big change, right? Before we are always like 16. This season will be 17, and you can see every team the member, right? It's really hard to say. I will say this season will, no matter for us, for the viewer, will be very exciting because every team is very strong. You know, you see the bracket. You see, like today have a 5 match, right?
Yeah.
So hard to say which team can win. Every team have a chance to get 0 point. Every team have a chance to get 40 points. So it's hard to say.
Very stacked from top to bottom. I agree with that analysis, and that is why this is likely to be the best season of Street Fighter League US to date. We're going to see exactly what goes down with Oil King and the rest of the gang. Let's send things over to our commentators.
So we got ourselves an established order with DCQ, Shannon, NL. It's going to be Shine coming up to the plate first with that Kimberly representing Shopify Rebellion. Now, I got to say, it holds a lot of truth in regards to the order that they've picked season after season being consistently, right? Or being consistent, excuse me. So I'm not too surprised. I'm actually... I forget that they got 3rd place in last season. They were there in that finals, in the live finals over at Capcom HQ. So if any team can find themselves in that playoff position again and possibly take it, it's this team. These guys have a championship under their belt. And it's no surprise to see these guys still shaping themselves to be highly competitive. We saw them over at the Chengdu final.
DCQ 要贏啊！
The only thing I will say, although there isn't really like any sort of upgrade,
都幾好彩啊！對陣
Kimberly， very strong players.
正常就輸咗，呢場唔會輸，呢場 DCQ 贏。
I know, man. Oil King,
冇計真係。
New era, bring back the old, but it's okay. We'll hopefully get to see him flex his skills in
Watch 嘅
game.
時候俾人跌啊！
Tiebreaker match. Right now, they're setting Shine up to deal with DCQ, which I think makes sense. A lot of their other characters have prominent projectile-based games, and obviously Bison's got good anti-projectile tools. Shine on the other end, Kim, I mean, you ain't gonna do anything to those fans when they are top. Like the idea.
即係佢撳慢咗啊，所以
Mix ever actually comes into play right now. DCQ has
頭
actually set the pace
中
quite
腳
well.
踢
Up
中
until this point, we see medium kick
個
as
前
the
頭啊
counter hit, an excellent tool to both counter poke and also initiate. This is going to be a little bit
就
tough to manage.
跳
I feel like
跳
closing the gap.
揾到輕拳
can grab
DC
an
推埋
action.
場
Just，like that, as soon as I said it, the curse comes in.
係中拳打中，咁啊 OD 踩，咁啊揾到個加片嘛，但係俾人擋咗後面嘅進攻，代表一次，好似捧踩啦。
But either way, we are fighting
咁調翻出嚟俾人捅啫。
Nobody's got anything significant.
代頭啊！如果呢個甩招，但係用屈少換變成功。頭先腳打中，等等 hit， 個雙屈手，再前頭，咁啊走晒先，咁啊 watch 個頭益攞咗嚟佢啦，我哋一陣啊！
No real attempt to try to get out of that one.
Being prepared to do scissor kick after the run follow-up was so smart from DCQ.
大家好，
Oh my goodness, and now whip punishing to stay in medium kick. That scissor kick counter hit to stay in medium kick.
有真係打中，咁啊有陣間同我撞下先，
Kind of game planning around the Kimberly so far.
咁啊再攞，再用個擊，
I'm glad that he went for a long startup button.
跳嗰邊俾跳嗰邊，咁啊射炸彈啦應該，呢個新式，哎呀解頭變後頭，幾好彩喎咯。 咁啊唔好兩個炸彈，亦都下段但係冇乜用啊！我頭打中啊，俾晒，就入個動畫先。
Indeed. Right now, Shine gonna be able to get himself a little bit back into this match. Level 3 install. DCQ's got so much meter though. You still gotta be careful, right?
前頭有啊。
Even a run stop in his face right now.
打中咗下段，咁就搏埋個重版本，好似死唔係喎，我覺得。
Gonna put DCQ
都
low.
死喎，啱啱好啊！
What routing from Shine.
Just enough damage. In the Tatsu towards the very
end,
back down, fierce as the opener for DCQ yet again. Forward throw, Shine. He's gonna be stuck in this corner.
中拳打中啦，咁就入呢個 OD 鉸剪，再搏炸彈 combo。然後就想 P， 但係 DCQ 拉後。哎呦，俾咗啦應該。Level 2，呢個應該俾幾個 watch 應該會死。係。 唔緊要，我哋擋埋個 D 反死埋，俾零下 DCQ， 冇計。呢個10-0對決嚟嘅，冇可能，基本冇可能贏。嗱，個個都話轉角啦你，唔好再丟人現眼，睇個人廢。
try to anti-air this person. I don't think I really need to worry about it too much. And also, the times he does steal turns off of like, I want to say like off of background. Background house is a pretty decent tool to start off your media with. You can frame trap with like a crouching jab, etc. It's like something smaller, but standing medium punch. What is that like six or something so, like that, right? Yeah. So that being 5 frames overboard is a pretty decent tool to kind of keep your opponent locked down. But outside of that, I think
轉過啦，知。 想贏就只有轉過呢個可能性。keep 中 Kimberly 即係代表即係頭。哦得啦，2-0，唔使睇。大家可以落去買早餐啦。好，有冇 watch 佢？頭先腳波頭擋到啦，咁啊搶制要。再前頭俾對手交得，飛過去打中一下，再前頭，又中一下，但空中中啊！ 飛，哎呀，哇！跑過地球另一端，咁啊中佢打中，咁就將對手推埋場，射炸彈啦。哎，得唔得啊？誒，擋咗先，一個炸彈唔會用㗎，隻 game 兩個炸彈就有用。誒，打過喎，咁佢踢中，但係冇用，空中中啊！頭先佢打中，咁啊就收一殺，原地挑，俾人對空，再前後。 跟住下段打中啦，咁就呢佢一埋尾就到一分啦。Match point.
There hasn't really been any big deterrents coming in from Kim to stop Bison from moving on in.
中拳打中，咁就推埋場。 再前後。
Legitimately, right? It was
後冇用咁啊，擋個炸彈，中佢踢中，然後就 EC 落彈對手，然後打中之下放埋1-3，就可以入咗個 buff 嘅狀態啊。
So Shine can start running him over. This is where he
needs to be. 上先，但係 DCQ 冇計得。 翻出嚟，個下重拳，又俾人踢翻埋上。重拳拗翻出嚟先，誒中一下又冇用。先佢打空咗，但係冇事啦。咁啊，中國又踢中，然後再用個簡單 combo kill 對手啦，又翻一燈。
The quick little neutral jump and
then
stand medium kick. Again, catching DCQ on the very edge of the button.
好想先喎，見到佢，睇下輸嚟輸去。哎，中一下但係會用啊！空對空俾人打翻落嚟，一個前頭啊！解頭哦，呢個酸痛啊！呢個嗰啲嘅冰頭，定炸彈。哎呦，咁啊輕佢揼過落嚟啊！未啊，咁啊俾晒個時，哎死咗！咁就俾啲，咁就俾嘥加兩番鋪啊！我覺得幾好彩。就嚟啦，轉角立回。有嗰個 headphone 係有耳機，即係可以講嘢喎。即係嗰個合作生活。選角立回，計時開始，計時開始計時。
We see Dual Kevin immediately hop off the bench to lay down some words of wisdom against, or at least for Shine against DCQ.
Yeah, because we've seen that a couple of times with like Shine doing the run follow-up, like the natural follow-up that frame traps off the fears. But as soon as he lands, he tries to press that medium kick, and DCQ's just been scissor kicking as soon as he's done blocking, and it's counter hit the stand medium kick multiple times. So yeah, I wonder if Dual Kevin's highlighting that for him a little bit. But at the end of the day, that wasn't something that caused Shine to be at a deficit enough to lose the set outright. Right? It's 1-1, so maybe he can do some type of adjustment right there. I don't know if like neutral jumping in time will be enough to dodge the scissor kick. Sure. That would probably still get clipped. Yeah,
I think so. I think it would still get clipped. Like you've noticed it's reversal timing every time from DCQ. I'm thinking maybe potentially there could be like a parry, perhaps, right? Like a tap parry. Maybe that'll be in consideration going forward. We'll find out. The tick throw right off the bat. DCQ rather aggressive as he should be. Back to back.
DC 打到對手啊，再 watch 過去，又等一下，一個手推埋上。
Again, just start to smother Shine now as well.
哎，要靚，哇咁樣啊呢個，好靚喎呢個。
Plan for the elbow drop.
哦，輸埋。
Medium blows him up.
DCQ run 啊。
Favor for a perfect. Wow.
You don't get to see that many normals contest against an elbow drop like that. Mostly it gets
cleaned up
majority of the time. That is crazy that they actually got a quadruple bomb kind of thing. Or like
a
swipe. Excuse me.
What in the world, man? The bomb going off again here. One more. Oh, man. Even trying to get Speaking of which.
I like him doing that against the scissor kicks as well. Being able to lock down and get away from that bomb.
OK， 殺咗啦！哎呀，甩招！
唔
緊要，冇飛。咁啊，2號3 Q 對手啦。哇 ！DCQ 係咪即係 Kimberly 係唔會輸嘅，唔會贏嘅。以前都係咁講，同我預期一樣。一到佢哋轉角嗰一粒高都喺後邊，係個人廢。
Bison lacks some defense, but so does Kimberly, right? Obviously, only reversals with supers and whatnot. She can get smothered just as easily, and that's exactly what we saw.
Damn, son. DCQ. Always making a fashion statement and also a big Street Fighter statement. Bison also having the backup JP if need be, but I love them setting out the big guns first. I think his overall presence on offense is just much more difficult to kind of catch up with. He could throw out the typical stuff in regards to what you could expect from Bison to initiate his offense off of like +1 from the back roundhouse, but as of the follow-up, it's so ambiguous, right? There are moments where he does double back roundhouse. Sometimes he'll back away, sometimes he'll throw you, right? Like that ambiguity leads to decisions like these. Shine opting to go for that drive reversal and getting severely punished for that, right? Like even taking to the skies, we saw that elbow get severely punished in a way that we're not used to, we haven't seen before.
Yeah, and such unique like.
喺今日 Kimberly 被一鋪贏，齋嘈又輸。
We never really see Bison withstand fierce like
that.
Range normal. Usually it's pretty easy to get into that spot to make the opponent block, but he was intentionally doing it from so far away that it was whiffing, and it caught Shine a couple of times. Yeah, this was a ridiculous combo.
Did you see that? That is insane. The bomb activates, then he gets to reapply. This guy's a CS player.
That was so clean, man. Then DCQ, he just reacted on the whip button jab right there. Of course, the whiff lights. To react to them, you're never really going to punish them outright, but you will beat your opponent to the next option more times than not. And you just caught Shine trying to walk away.
DCQ 先領到10分啊！
from DCQ right there. The first 10 points on the board for Falcons.
對手送分，
coming up to the plate with that
咁今次就
right off
真正開始對戰啦。
Shopify Rebellion. Who are they gonna send up? Like we have
任何人都可以以 MP 對抗，你夠姜得㗎啦。
We have Just a Kid and Knuckle Do up left.
Against the DJ, we are getting the Do. Knuckle Do is coming through. Captain decides to take on Xian. Probably the most familiar with DJ because he plays the character a lot himself. So maybe just that's what they feel most confident in. Dual Kevin as well as Jack, maybe not as confident in this matchup as Do is. But also, I'm not sure what Do's going to play. Like, whether it be the guy or the DJ or the Mai, right? Mai's been the character he's been playing with the most successful. But we've already seen one DJ able to take down Mai today.
呢個肥好多個大張相，啱啱嗰張相，同呢個齋咗人，兩個人嚟嘅，呢肥仔。
That specifically for certain characters. I kind of wonder if that's going to be the case for this match.
係咪笑緊你嘅？
Sure. I don't know if like, my pick would be something he would want to face off against, considering his comfort factor or comfort. I want to say like his comfort choice against this matter because he knows how to play DJ pretty thoroughly, right? Like pretty early on. But I'm genuinely at a loss in regards to.
有 Kimberly 再輸，見到前面嗰兩個 Kimberly 換家死得咁慘，佢已經知道 Kimberly 係冇贏，所以就唔用 Kim。你想贏啊嘛？
But we shall see. We're going to find out soon. Oh, it does look like it is going to be the Mai.
Right on.
According to the graphic, that's what we're going to start with. But we've already seen, right, DJ has some tools, especially if you can get to that range to nullify the fan game that Mai wants to play to make her life hard. So, yeah, I'm very interested in this. And obviously, Xian is always prepared, right? One of our greatest lab monsters to ever exist in fighting games. So, a lot of the time, you're never going to catch him off guard with like strategies or something that's like easy to implement. He's always going to be prepared for all of that. So this matchup against Mai is going to be no different.
We'll see how it's going to be like settled in right now. Xian having a good amount of experience, I feel like, against a lot of the mainstream Mais that we encounter in not only his region, but also having access to the Japanese players in a more convenient manner, right? I'd imagine he's got a good amount of experience for this matchup specifically. It's just a matter of right? As we get ready for that matchup, here we go. Knuckle Do versus Xian.
呢條真係乜嘢？韓文真係冇乜朋友喎呢度。
Boy, man, and yeah, I mean, so what Du's been confident, right? The Mai has been performing. He's been performing on the character Xian. Going with one of his tried and trues, the DJ has been a staple character for him since Street Fighter 6's launch. So obviously back into this position in SFL, familiar spot with the team that he's always had at his back. Let's get into it right now.
咁啊開始，揾到個力先，咁啊再俾人過嚟，過嚟。 個頭人擋到，但係食咗後邊個頭嘅，後打到對方個，前挑追到，咁啊做一個下水嘅埋尾，我想壓制，但係俾對手用個升8分鐘。哎呀 ，OD 波俾爛咗，哎呀呢個咪放錯波，咁啊錯唔到氣，哇仲要中埋呢個 ，DN 又送好多血俾對手，精對手嘅前挑啦。咁就，下中段，咪防波。 嘛，攞隻手個波先，食咗隻手個前頭，咁我波推翻出去啦，食咗下段啦，點埋。
I think he's been playing a little bit too passive in regards to what we experienced in the previous matchup between like 2G and KSG.
Yeah, exactly. In the 2G match, right, our DJ player like really got aggressive, stayed in, Mai's phase that time. Coming up just a bit short on that driver's attempt. The jab was just
on. 哦，中埋。 但係搏唔到個重腳啊！
This is the pressure that we were looking forward to again. Knuckle Do really starting to show that example of why Mai is so suppressive.
咁就再食到個輕腳鏟鏟。掃中對手個下中腳，壓制，轉下段，跟住翻去推埋邊啦。再一個前頭，下上，哎呀，我下上，冇做氣。
Pretty decent lead.
就跳一跳，跳兩跳，哎，輕拳打中，殺到嘅。
Right underneath the jump.
level 3啊，可以 level 3。
Level 2 incoming. As long as he doesn't drop this, we get the spring kick ender for that extra damage. You already know he's got the beat.
反登。
This man got rhythm. He got a few kids, but besides that point, right? Knuckle Do, yeah, he got a few like furry kids.
一個 rush 嘅時候俾人打停㗎。哦，痛啊呢個。咁下上拳起動，咁係反搣，變埋 level 3啦。 咁啊一個升再加個嗰啲 counter 再加 level 3， burn out 㗎啦呢
Put
邊。
Xian very low on the drive gauge here. Oh, this is a tough spot to be in, bro.
好啲線 burn out 對手啦。咁啊呢個位就
I believe the hell out of you, by the way.
哦死咗咋，咁啊重拳 level 重拳 impact，
Gotcha.
咁
The DI
就
and
都冇得救
the
㗎啦。
perfect to
係咪
shut the door down. Knuckle bouncing back. It looked like Xian had figured it out in that second round, but not just quite yet.
I feel like you see like the pensiveness going into the first game. I think that's been the biggest highlight. I think there's nothing really much to kind of quote on that outside of allowing Knuckle to get started. I think that's the most dangerous thing you could allow for someone like Mai. You have to at least contend the space to have her second guess when she could throw the fans out, right?
Yeah, 100%. It just feels like Xian's normal style was a little bit rough with the way Du's playing right now. I feel like Xian's trying to listen in on some of the advice. Yeah, I liked the way we saw the 2G representative play earlier, where it was just a lot of getting in his face. Brian Job, right, was just getting in the Mai's face a lot, like really nullifying that space, harassing with Sobots, harassing with stand medium kick, throwing out the big air slasher to kind of nullify some of the fireball presence as well. Just feels like Xian's been a little bit too passive.
Oh,
but we'll see
呢個
how
係
the
我直覺識
adjustments
啊。
play out here in game 2.
Find out. Stand jab to kind of check immediately in case the drive rush does come through. The green is on the screen for the side of Xian, but back away again. Now he's in a much tighter spot in comparison to the previous game, right? He's in a range where he react to a fireball and also maybe zoom on in there.
哇！搶咗個輕拳啦 ，TC， 等我先啊，但係其實咩都冇撳啊，踢，咁啊俾人搶到掣，大眼足，打中，哦，哇！呢個痛啊呢個。 Perry 咁就哎呀 ，three combo 失敗咗，但係跳中啊，咁啊對板中，靚收到對手個，會唔會試試佢啊？直接唔監乜嘢，靚空對空啊 ，O 啲線 ，O 啲貼死，哦，夾硬嚟啊！
No, sorry, the OD air slasher. Right into the Sobot for that big chip damage. Yo, shout out to Mono, by the way. I think he's one of the first to put that out there at the very beginning of Street Fighter 6. Xian pretty much made his using it more often.
哎呀，冇地空，但係照搶掣，咁啊做咗個重拳打對手，再嚟個 Mitty， 唔知俾對手起上咧可以點翻出嚟？我隻手波啲 OD， 哎呀都係中控喺個，已經殺咗掣啊，但係都係食咗兩個重拳。 咁啊，重拳敲啦，敲到，哎呀，逼嬲埋，再搏，好啲線，咁啊想接翻死你喎，咁啊自己諗住跳翻出嚟嘅時候，俾人升死咗。咁啊咩 con 啊，打 film， 個統一打對手，跳，空對空啊失敗咗，空對空冇啊，空對空冇啊，咁啊就食咗兩個跳，統一。 一 cut 到對手個下中腳，喺個前頭啊！哎呀，打空咗。對空有啊，今次，哦有次後中腳。哎呀，痛啊！招俾人對空，用先嘛，條都唔喐啊！埋身先，對咗個前頭，放波，條咗個線。
Oh man, it is mounting right now.
It's kind of difficult to deal with.
好慘啊！高碌跳板邊，解硬解到啊！高啲線埋身啊！打中一下，但係冇抗分。麥基斯以為佢對空，哎呀！好慘啊！貼死啦！咁啊揀嚟啦，你爭啲追到個追到個 trade 啦，可惜。 推唔到個 trade 之後死嘅。爭少少。想用我啱啱嗰個 OD 嘅踢上天之後，想用嗰個 OD 波嘅追 combo 之後就 level 晒，但可惜隻驚跟唔上佢嗰個節奏。如果打得幾好㗎啦，應該得過。咁得唔好嘅。
He would have like won outright, but it would have just knocked Knuckle back into the corner, right? That combo, he was looking for the trade just to get there in time to combo afterwards, and it definitely would have done enough damage to actually win the entire round. So I love the swing, just unfortunate, came up with a miss there. That happened to Sheehan a couple of times in this round. We saw like an unfortunate mistimed throw that started NuckleDu's whole round offensively. Just a couple of errors. Yeah, you see right there.
It was
the OD machine gun funk.
It was the sway, right? OD sway does like the little
OD
uppercut.
sway, that's what it was.
For some reason I thought it was background.
呢隊嘅人點都咁啊，追翻10分啦。咁啊，大仗戰啦 ，NL 對唔知邊個啊？一係就 Kelvin，
trade potential. It is so good. So we saw that attempt, man.
一係就質素堅。
It was an excellent idea for sure. It's just a matter of timing.
我都係 Kelvin。
So that could have gone off the wayside. But as it stands right now, 10 apiece for both teams. NuckleDu securing it for himself for Shopify Rebellion. Now going into the anchor spot. No tiebreaker again? Come on, guys.
Yeah, no tiebreaker.
Come on, man.
We do not have a tiebreaker. The only one where we had the opportunity for it
was
the special match that turned into a 40 bomb instead. But it looks like for NL, the Akuma.
空波嗰啲都幾穩笨嘅，我想講。
We're going to set up our own Capcom Cup qualifier on the side of Shopify Rebellion and Dual Kevin.
Right on. And no ambiguity in regards to the character choice. It's got to be the Rashid.
Yeah.
That is the staple for someone like Dual Kevin, as he has been working this himself every single season, every single region that he gets to participate in. I'm actually rather curious to see how this is going to step up to NL's really sharpened Akuma.
Yeah, 100%. This is going to be a fun match to watch, just to see the shape of both of these players and how in-game ready they are. Obviously, Dual Kevin has been grinding nonstop, right? I think that the most successful Rashid this season, right? A lot of the other Rashids either switch characters or haven't had as much success as they wanted. Obviously, shout out to Big Bird, who did qualify for Capcom Cup recently. But besides that, didn't have as much of a season of success as we're used to seeing from him. Dual Kevin, still here, right? Made top 6 on the leaderboard, qualified via the offline grind and just the consistent success. You gotta love to see it. Well, and now he qualified a couple months ago, right? Where he got second place to CEO, I think it was. Where Lashar had already qualified, so he got that spot.
More consistent 嘅第2啊，好似係下次。好 consistent 嘅話，而家。都幾穩定嘅，但係 check 唔到咯。
I wouldn't be surprised if he actually fought off against them even like at CEO on the way to that top 8.
Yeah, true.
I want to definitely check out that record overall. But as it stands right now, Dual Kevin in the anchor positioning against NL. Both teams tied up 10 apiece. Now, talking about Rashid, I feel like in regards to where we see him at from like a general standpoint, I feel like there's not a lot of people trying to excel with this character as often.
Yeah.
Not really brought to the table at like certain premieres. There's been like a really big shift in regards to the characters we see quite often. Rashid has his presence players, but just not as often.
Yeah, he's not as impressive as he once was because of like the lack of Oki off
mixer and
stuff like that, right? Obviously the throw loop toned down as well. So it takes a little bit more neutral.
呢個空波戇鳩啊！
Dual Kevin, he's been fun.
呢個空波就係都幾穩陣。咁啊，我打你就。再 Mickey 打咗，真係打中。哎呀，咩咁買中㗎？唔係㗎，用八鬼同埋呢個。 八鬼同埋一個空波 mix up 對手啲對空。
I think he just needs one normal away to get himself into that W. But
NL, pretty
much the same thing, right? We talk about conversion, we talk about like
高啲風，再嗰個加片壓制，佢細埋身啦，但係講咗之後自己得翻好少嘅齋 P。我覺得前嗰下段。咁啊，踢風，呢個位又真係俾佢跳到啊！靚嘅 full look， 對手，見落到第一。
Yeah, I love the way Dual Kevin he stopped playing like he harassed a little bit with stay medium kick, but that was about it. Yeah, right there, like you see the harassment is hot, now it's the counter hit. But beyond that, you want to play that ground game with Akuma, right? You gotta just set up. Let me get in close quarters. Right now, a beautiful punish counter lift from NL.
Like that, taking no Dual Kevin is not shy to actually whiff it in front of your opponent, because if you're not ready for it,
會啊！9樓跳過對手個踢風，然後就成功跳對手，同埋一鋪。
That was big right there. Perfectly spaced jump. No category 5s.
動啊呢個，放風啊，放啦！哇
！Okay. Yeah.
I freaked out, man.
你放咗1000個 level 2，同我講甩呢啲，好在對手唔係on block 啫。仲要 OD 版，哇跳到啊俾佢。咁就盡量推啦，因為要。
Dual Kevin now gets the opportunity. Tried to catch affliction, and he caught him standing up eventually. Double drive rush combo, empty the meter, and because this is a Kuma, guaranteed dead, brother. No question about it.
雖然失誤咗，但係都係贏。
What a conversion, I gotta say. Dual Kevin just using the entirety of that jar of sauce, just emptying out the drive gauge, emptying out the level 3, finding the correct routes, all off of that safe jump setup that he had initially. That was really, really well done from Kevin. If anything, in terms of consistency, this guy's got it. He's got every single route down pat for any occasion, and it's quite impressive.
Yeah, I love the way he harassed NL at the end right there as well, right? He was like, I'm going to keep this compact, I'm going to keep it quick, I'm going to keep it so you have to think about something and change it. Like within heartbeats, right? We saw the crouch light kick. It's like a jab, and then just a micro wall crouch light kick again, and it caught him standing perfectly. So then well calculated by Dual Kev to know that he can get the kill off that as well. Just immaculate play.
You know, one of the biggest things that we kind of highlighted in previous seasons when we first saw this team come together was like what the language barrier is going to be like amongst all four of them. So I was actually kind of curious, at least 3-1, I will say primarily. But I mean, like the gameplay has just been so universal and so well developed lately that there are like certain ways to kind of get your message across. And I think like NL definitely strong enough to pick up at anything that gets put down in any language, genuinely. So I'm actually quite impressed to see like how they've all come together and really established themselves as brothers, as we heard in the pregame interview.
We're brothers, man. We are ride or die. This is the squad. And yeah,
哎呀，好慘！哇，對面都唔差，夠尷尬。哦，成條血冇咗。死啊！真係死咗啦！咁啊，我踢埋牆，跟住重條啲煙平死啊！應該。
Hold up, hold this DI. Let me get that win. Don't jump on in there.
裏面夠尷尬。
Nice and easy. Dual Kevin singing his way towards at least the second game.
Yeah, for real. The good thing for NL is 3 out of 5, right? Because that snowball could lead to a whole lot, but gets the punish on the round.
哦，冇嚟一次啊，今次冇啦。
今
次可以播一套大金寶。
At least he got the punish counter.
等啲似嘅中拳打咗。
Let it fall by the wayside. So much damage was left on the table in that previous round. Make it hurt.
哎，解頭跌到 NL 秒殺咗對手。
Dual Kevin committing to the throw. Akuma was mad for, but to be fair, I think it's because of the backwalk speed.
Yeah.
好痛啊呢
個。That time NL tried to jump over the whirlwinds again, but Kevin this time kind of schemed on it, right? DP right back.
後頭換邊成功。
The back throw, we get control for NL. Kuma doing a great job of keeping majority of the cast in the corner with a plethora of different normals, forward medium kick being one of them, but forward fierce for sure. I've definitely witnessed a ton of fierce with zero caution.
哎呀，好乸嬲啊！一份真係個腦啱啱個頭高到撲街，俾個空波玩死。屌，哎呦 ，Perry 對空，嗰個前頭開風啦，哎，唔知真係開到啦。 跳埋去，踢埋去，下段擋到，但係照射過去，叫咗三格，哎，看得起，咁就俾晒，然後就可以，哇，甩咗，啊，仲要食埋個膊頭。喂，冇機有問題啦，係咪？有邊呢鋪小學生打喎，大佬。 哦，死咗啦！咁樣 ban 翻鋪俾佢。
On the crouch medium kick as well. I thought he was going to do some type of fireball shenanigan to cover the level 1 and then get some chip in, but believed to just straight up the crouch medium kick, send the drive rush.
2個鐘咋？呢度換劇。
I think there was going to be. I was thinking of like what other opportunities Dual Kevin had to go into the target combo to launch up, or at least to go into like.
呢人間冇七彩喎，你翻入間冇先啦。
Yeah.
There was a big opportunity there to finish it out with the level 1. Yeah. What went wrong?
Very surprised because you highlighted perfectly. He's almost like always on point with the routes, right? That's one of the only times I've seen his routing suffer. So that was very unfortunate for Dual Kev. But now we're back into F3 territory as well.
Cool. Yeah, that was actually mad far for him to catch like the Demon Ray dive kick.
Yeah. Establish one throw. How many are we going to establish? Oh, tried another one, but Dual Kev quick with the defense, but a little bit outside the range.
就話埋我升，升到你個放波啊
！OD spinning mixer, finding the mark. Dual Kevin.
咁啊再推。
Temporary solace. He is still rather close to the corner. Any single conversion.
哎呀，下段大擋，但係冇 confirm。咪睇個風先，但係引唔到對手喐啊！哎呀，食咗靚，咁啊變埋呢好一啦。
What perfect usage of the projectile priority system OD Fireball, deleting the Whirlwind, recognizing that it did and comboing into the level 1.
喂，靚對空，死埋，咁啊反波拳起動，起埋場啦。哎呀，起上槍下中拳，但係冇任何 combo， 咁啊 burn 到對手啦，正啊！咁啊 impact， 試咗 F1，但係點離開板邊係一個好嘅問題。掃低咗，咁離開到板邊啦，又食嗰個吊 hit， 好靚啊！用個星嘅 multi hit， 但係食呢下。
With the wake up drive rush, was not expecting that one.
哎呀，追唔追到？哎，啱啱好 impact 完咗啊 ，burn out 完咗啊 ，last minute, last second, last frame 完到對手個 burn out， 然後就跌翻，追到翻用 impact 咁就翻燈。咁啊2-1啦喎。
How did you time it like that, brother? Lightning in his eyes.
These guys are swinging.
Yeah.
He's like holding his chest, bro. He's clutching his chest. He's like, damn, I'm nice.
Yo, son, like how locked in do you
have
to
NL 都喺地獄喺個懸崖邊度行咗勁耐。
Any sooner, any later,
Game 4.
Dead. Literally, like a perfect time. Like he found the gap that he had to shoot. Wow.
DC 落單對手，我頭打中金剛，我知佢仲要見到係 Watch 嘅中段攤單 hit 個立縫嘅，呢位幾細緻，幾細緻。咁 K 先，得到重重踢啦，嗰陣就壓制係俾人升㗎啦。K 先。踢風，輕佢打中，咁就死咗啦。match point。
So patient, picking his spots. That stand liking has been a mean harassment tool, as it always is.
波頭咁啊，威下先。又一下，踢風，咁個下中人接到對手個 rush 啦，咁就推埋，推啦。搶下中拳喎，起身。咁啊踢風繼續睇下會唔會踩波車嚟。我踢中拳打中佢打中，踢埋場啦。我一個前頭，啱先 parry 到個再壓制啊！個頭換邊啊，俾對手。咁啊擋咗先。再金剛。
A single hit conversion for Dual Kevin will force the burnout unless
he's
forced to block the entire time. You see a couple of parries coming in, but he's still below that threshold.
哎呀，大鑊啦！咁啊 impact 個反，咁
啊
重嘅起動，咁啊旋風腳落單對手啦。兩個前頭，兩個前頭，三個前頭。咁啊 delay 嘅輕拳殺埋咯，咁講 NL 3-1，機會有 Kelvin 啦。你們精神有計啊！咁啊，油王隊攞個勝利先。油王第一個衝出去擊掌。要打幾好啊！你哋。
Where Oil King wants to take this team for this season, they want to bring them back to the promised land, but even further beyond into a championship. As for Shopify Rebellions, again, they were slow to start last season, but they really shaped it up in the second half. There has to be a point where they need to kick it into gear right now, unless they want to face the same repercussions as last season.
Precisely, man. It's got to be a big wake-up call early on, right? And Team Falcons, it's a big confidence booster, right? You heard Oil King talk about it when he came in on the interview with Rob. This is the year we get our second title. We've come in, same roster every year. The camaraderie, the brotherhood is there, and even beyond pretty much every other team, because it's been these four multiple years at this point. And man, what a way to bring this home. I love the way they ordered everything. Anchor in the spot right now, considering he is the Capcom Cup qualified player. Just so sick to see.
Dude, truly, man. You see this matchup, the way it unfolded. And now taking a lot of big risks on defense, but it paid out severely against Dual Kevin's pressure, because when you talk about, oh, I forgot about that significant drop. We didn't even catch the end of that replay towards what happened with the drive gauge in the last-ditch effort to get that DI from Dual Kevin. But either way you spin it, right? We talked about how dangerous Rashid's offensive pressure can be, but NL's decision-making on defense. Technically, I want to say that's a defensive call.
Oh man, like literally the moment he got
摩羅會唔會出場咧？
I need to see that.
但係之後就摩羅嗰隊咯，摩羅嗰隊有冇摩羅出場咧？聽講得，暫時未有加時啊今日。啲多數冇都係大仗一贏就完咗。
And then yeah, a little hesitation right there from NL, blowing up the timing that Kevin tried to defend himself with. And man, yeah, they're definitely bringing home on that one. Hugs all around.
I love that coming in from Oil King too. So ecstatic to see it right now. But as it stands, in regards to like matchups, we've talked about what happened between the rounds. The first round, 10 points being acquired from Falcons. They fell short a little bit towards the Cien matchup, but then really bringing it home towards that anchor match, scoring 30 points total, right? This is what the format looks like overall. This is something you got to get used to throughout the season in regards to how the point disparity works. That anchor match is ever so important, but leading with that momentum of round 1 and round 2, just as imperative to find your team success, or at least bring yourself into a playoff positioning, right? Every single W counts in regards to acquiring all of these points, right? Although it's a 10-30 deficit for Shopify Rebellion, these 10 points are still going to be so monumental towards the end of the season when we get to the second half of the double round robin.
Exactly right. We go by total points, and the top 4 teams are the ones that advance to the playoffs, right? So every point matters. That's why we're like, damn, the 40 bomb, bro. That's not only a huge boost to 2 game, but also Kwaisho like getting 0 points today. That is like a rough spot to get into the playoffs going forward, right? You need every bit that you can get. So when you do be on the outcome of those 30-10 wins or those 40 bombs, then those extra 10 points that you got along the way really propel you into those top 4 positions. But yeah, man, it is wild seeing this. And I believe we have Rob ready with our winners, Team Falcons. Let's go.
Yeah, I know. Okay, and just like that, Team Falcons comes through and gets their first dub. I guess the first thing I want to ask you about NL is that you guys always have the same team together, and usually you start off losing in Street Fighter League and do good later. How does it feel to actually win your first match?
I really hope this winning, because this is our new record. Always our first is losing, so gloomy every day. And in the end, we are good, but now
this year maybe
people.
Okay, and you know, if I'm not mistaken, did Oil King rub your belly before the match? Did that happen, or what's that about?
When I press, he say so. He use belly is more feels comfortable, so he recommend. Yes.
Okay, all right, and you know what? I recommend that officially. If the pros is doing it, definitely rub your homie belly before his match, and it might get him a W even over elite players like Dual Kevin. And now, if we could please, Shin, I guess you could even translate for us with DCQ. DCQ, of course, you're one of the most dominant players that we always have here at Street Fighter League. Just take us through the win that you had up against Shine's Kimberly.
點解會贏啊？
说实话，我没有想到会是 Shane 来打我，因为我们当时都对策觉得会是火舞来，对。但是因为之前我跟贤也打过这个金波力，我觉得还是比较有信心的。
He didn't think that Shane would come. We thought that Mai is gonna come because there's a lot of Mai over there, but he's still comfortable with fighting Kimberly because we practice.
Okay, and of course, all that practice, it's been so many years of this exact same team staying together, the longest tenured team here in Street Fighter League, and we are seeing the power of brotherhood. Team Falcons officially 1-0 here at Street Fighter League. We're going to go ahead and keep on with the action. Let's send things over to our commentators.
Does Rubbing Belly commentary?
I don't want to find out.
Okay, fair
呢啲曾經都
But yeah, incredible stuff from
喺卡加米贏冠軍嘅時候都翻譯過㗎，專業翻譯摩羅2號。
So big ups to Team Falcons. Like we talked about.
Does this count?
The brotherhood, yes. Gotta find something to rub, that's for sure. But Team Falcons, obviously, the longest tenured team, as you heard Rob talk about right now.
老實講，
is clearly exemplified.
點講咧？
Just seeing them together right there, but in their
即
gameplay.
係可以好容易好簡單嘅英文答咯。佢係完全唔識嗰只啦，係。因為你見 NL 都答得都幾求其，遊王都係。咁但係即係如果你係咁嘅咯，但係唔使去到都要講兩。哇！佢真係唔講就唔講，乜原因？
worst of it in certain seasons, and only to come out on top. Like when they had like that first half of nothing but zeros and tens or whatever, and they ended up winning that season. That is kind of ridiculous. Seeing them out the gate getting the W, they've really elevated it this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, SFL wouldn't be possible without our lovely partners and sponsors. First up, we got Asus in the building. Unlock your gaming potential with Asus ROG monitors, perfect for both console and PC gamers. They offer stunning visuals, fast refresh rates, and ergonomic designs. Exclusive discounts available on asus.com to level up your setup today, or scan the QR code on your screen right now to learn more and use that code ASUS-.
自己好努力咯，自己做晒3邊，自己係咁喺度高高查聲。呢啲頭真係唔知點構圖，都係手指指喎。You go, me go, I go.
Your next gen fight stick, right? Fully compatible with both PS5 and Xbox Series X and S. It delivers seamless performance and very low latency. Super critical, by the way. It's got a built-in assist feature that makes it easy to craft your ultimate fighting weapon. Again, the Armory is open, being a full-on official sponsor of Street Fighter.
Yeah, latency. You know what? I'll get to that in a minute because 10-0 right now is bringing y'all the hottest merch, the hottest FGC apparel in the business. You can find it all at merch.10-0.g.
我出口就試，就翻去就打完交戰就對戰完之後翻後台嘅時候講嘅出口，對戰嘅時候好難講嘅。
This got embroidered crew neck. And by the way, the embroidery on the 10-0 stuff is premium. You know what I'm saying? It is not just like, not ironed on or any of that nonsense. It is legit stitch. It's a high quality embroidery. Big ups. Anytime you get a piece of material from 10-0, you know it is going to be top tier.
And they always throw back to the classics, right? You see the third strike pins. I'm a huge fan of that as well. But also, you never skip leg day when it comes to Chun-Li peripherals, or at least Chun-Li t-shirts, right? That's definitely not optional. But I gotta say, merch.10-0.g.
3場啦，仲有2場，下一場就 Chris Wong 嗰隊。
Right? It is a restock on the leg day graphic team for very good reason. That thing sold out like crazy. I know James Chen also has one of those bad boys.
That's so good, man. Definitely. Well, we're going to give you all a chance to go to merch.10-0.gg and browse their very plethora of apparel and material, right? While we take a quick break here at SFL and be back with more Street Fighter 6.
講就唔得啦，冇人，但係唔會叫你睇嘅喎，出邊英文，即係呢啲場一定係淨係講同聽，咁叫你睇嗰啲咩？睇嗰啲咩規則書咩？冇乜機會，冇乜機會表演到佢睇英文㗎嘛個能力。翻後台係啦，翻後台你媽的他媽的咁樣。有2場啊，應該打10點啦，應該9點零啦，因為臨尾個 part 訪問我可以 skip 到，睇下好唔好睇先。我臨尾唔係喎，臨尾國米訪問喎，要睇國米訪問，一定要睇。見到㗎，清價公司，唉，求其揾啲位塞啦就塞呢度。
Red Bull gives you wings。
又叫咩啊？又叫呢個海底撈係咪？唉，今次海底撈 can， 唔該你可唔可以book到9點，可唔可以轉7點？唔使多啊，不要多啊！黐線，我唔使做又唔使做，我裁字咗，仲喺度打契街吧，打呢句和牛啦，即刻！每日都面臨破產，每日都去樓下執2手薯條，會唔會輸？我諗唔會，你80啩，好誇張喎！點都有10啦，點都有10分嘅，我相信。我相信國米。米將會為呢個快手帶來首勝。請唔請？請咗啊！即係而家，因為我要清大概我要清10日啊，好似。 唔係5日，好似5日，跟住對咗4日先。講英文，有冇人同你講啫？老實講，邊個同你無啦啦講英文？你揾到個人同你講英文，你咪會得啦。咩落樓下，落樓下，落樓下茶記。唉，呢邊係 A set。lemon tea，less sugar。同我實 Q 講，同我 Vita 講啊。冇乜機會講，有個對象同你講就 O K 啦。英文堂好勁噶，每次阿伊貝入嚟我都英文堂。UDB，日日去嗰度跟烏龍蛙台咁大鑊，10V 台喎真係。外國餐廳，你要嗰啲外國餐廳都係得 serve 你嗰下會講啫喎，都係 A set， 跟住咩啊 good。跟住 medium well 咁樣，冇乜特別嘢講㗎啦。你讀過個 menu 咯係咪？薩莉亞嘅外國餐廳，即係而家啲餐廳應該唔會 serve 同你傾偈，冇傾偈服務㗎嘛？
Of course, you guys have been world champions in the past. How are you feeling about
你以前係世界冠軍
going into this season?
今年點啊？
Honestly, the first thing is I'm very grateful to be back. I don't take this opportunity for granted. And I feel really good. You know, I feel like we're the best team here, and I feel like we're going to perform like that.
This is only Boost's second time being on Street Fighter League. He wasn't here last year. I think it was 2 years ago that he was here. We haven't really seen Boost on a stage like this outside of that. What gives you the confidence in him to perform on a stage this big?
The confidence is that he got my team, you know, holding him back, and he also got me by his side. We got him.
又會贏咯。
Boost
上年打一叉，
佢
知自己叫自己，佢自己Boost我都唔知，其實係咪真係咁？我就係牛。
I normally see this type of energy from you near the finals.
報警啊，無啦啦，我就校門口好聊你話啲人傾偈。交實 Q 啲實 Q 出嚟夾你就。
I don't want to lose a match. I want to win 3-0. I want to win 40 points. Every match is the finals for me.
40分40分咁拎，我要。
In Japan, your whole squad was over there, and I think that you guys ended up winning pretty much all of your team matches. Is that true? And even yourself, I don't know if you've seen there was a tweet showing your personal matches with all the best players in Japan, and you seem to dominate everyone. So tell us about that.
You know, I did pretty good. I went with a very good record, and we beat everybody. But at the end of the day, it's just practice. To me, we didn't do anything. You just got to win this.
Man, we see we see the fit. You know what I'm saying? We know about all your championships and all that. We know you get to the bag. We know what's up with men in RD. What motivates you now?
Honestly, my main motivation is my team. I want Bandits to win. I want them to be world champions, especially in that beautiful stadium in Japan. And, you know, I want to give Chris T and Kava their second ring and Boost his first ring. I think they're a bunch of good players, and now with the opportunity to qualify for EWC and for Capcom Cup, I'm counting on that. I want to get them there, so that's my motivation.
Okay, y'all heard it from the man himself, at least in Rob TV's eyes, personally, the GOAT of Street Fighter, the man himself representing Team Bandits, Mina RD. Let's go ahead and send things over to our commentators.
He wanted to put another ring for the rest of his teammates. That is a godlike statement to make, and as serious and professional as his demeanor is, I'm so glad that Rob's like the only person that could like crack it a little bit, like actually get like a smile out of him. He's like, "You're smiling out, man. Champ, you got it in the bag. Like, what you on right now?" And just that smile. Really, really great to see in terms of like his attitude, his presence, and also most importantly, his gameplay.
好啦，咁就打 Kiss One 睇下點排啦。阿 Wei 喎 Kiss One 嗰邊仲係睇下點排先。
What side they're on, right? They still managed to get the W with their very first match against FlyQuest. Now it's a whole different beast or animal in general. We got Red Rooster coming up between this team and like the other teams that have been newly reformed. This has actually been quite the change up as we have crossover. We do have Crimea as well, Chris Wong and Mono leading the pack.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see
今日唔打，有得揀唔打咩？同分你都要扯出嚟。哇！佢雙擺第二，啲 crossover 都係賣。摩羅手最後 ，Anna 冇 left 啊 ，Anna 有冇 left 有嘅。第一季、第二季嗰陣時，佢一個空中 rolling 波顏值大咗一檔。以前係咪好加啊？因為機會加。
Red Rooster is back here on Street Fighter League, but it seems like the focus might be a bit different. Did you have a different focus when it came to constructing your team this year?
贏咗入決賽，
obviously last year
日本同埋歐洲嘅 SFL
but this year we definitely were like scouting a lot with the players and obviously newcomers like Graime and Blas, which are like last year they made some waves. This year they're still making good performances. Chris Wong as well, and Crossover finally got his visa. And like I've always said that Crossover is a really, really talented player. He just haven't had the chance to travel. And what's funny about this is that it's their debut for all three. Like it's their first time here in SFL, period.
Yeah. And so, you know, this time around when it comes to Red Rooster, of course we know that the team is based out of Puerto Rico, but it appears that maybe you're not focused on region and focus more on best player available. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, we're focused on the level, obviously, because we really wanted to, like, obviously have good representation, good character variety, maybe top tiers. Because, I mean, the team has Mai now, we have two Mais, Luke, we have Crime has 4 characters. And then you have Aki, which I'm playing now. Like, obviously, Aki's not, like, one of the tops, but I do have Bison now. And yeah, region, like it's not a full Puerto Rican team. We still have Latin America representation because we have Chile and we have Dominican Republic crossover. And Chris Wong, like he's really like the communication with the team has really been cool. Like when I started to talk to them before, when we already knew about SFL and we were scouting, they obviously were very enthusiastic. Very willing. They actually Crossover and Graime came to Puerto Rico. They went to First Attack, but then they stayed a week and we were training and we were talking. Chris Wong wasn't able to make it, but he was always like trying to follow up with us on Discord and stuff. So it's been good. Like I feel like the team is very well, good sync.
Yeah, the synergy is right. Okay, and you brought up somebody from Chile, the young dog, Crime, only 14 years old. How are you getting him prepared? Do you think he can handle a moment like this, his first Street Fighter League?
I honestly think that kid has no fear. So I feel like nerves will not be the issue with him. Like he's always, because you've seen him in the tournaments, like he's always like happy just to be there, happy to just be playing. So I feel that nerves is not going to be an issue with him. And obviously he's very talented. Like he got top 4, I think, at CEO, maybe WC. He's top 2 with Blast in Chile. Like the players, so he got second at First Attack. Like I feel like he's gonna do so well. And the same with Crossover. Like I'm actually happy that he's here because first opportunity, he's always shown that he's in that caliber, and the fact that he's here, like, also makes me very happy.
This team from top to bottom is looking stacked, loving the character and of course the player composition, and they are absolutely fearless. Ladies and gentlemen, a retool Red Rooster. Let's go ahead and send things over to our commentators.
摩羅係呢個南美毒王 ，Crossover 就都係南卡牌嗰個 Legion 度打，咁但係即係都係嬲喺南美，咁就 Bruce 打 Crossover， 即係應該 Terry 嘅都冇咩角好轉 ，Terry。
But one thing that remains true is that this dude is a lab rat. He is always in the training mode. He is always reviewing VODs, not only trying to figure out characters, but figure out players as well. So it doesn't surprise me that they send Boost up to go up against Crossover and the Mai, right? He's going to be playing in the weeklies all the time. He's probably fought Crossover plenty of times. And just in general, when it comes to Mai, I have the most confidence in Boost being prepared for the character.
No doubt, right? I feel like that's going to be something that needs to be talked about in regards to like keeping up with the meta. A lot of these players coming into it, that kind of talk, I feel like goes, I want to say like, it's hammered in more often than not. Like, it's kind of easy to just say like these guys are prepared for it, right? It's just another thing to kind of show it. And honestly, I'm starting to really feel confident in saying that these guys are well prepared for each other in regards to the meta. There have been a lot of crazy results thus far. Like, although like some have been blowouts, like 30-10, that's just the nature of the beast when it goes like back and forth between 10s and getting that 20% ball game. Don't let the actual number of the score fool you. A lot of these have been rather close, with the exception of the first 40 bomber that we got from 2G. That was quite unexpected. But these guys are well suited and well prepared for the meta. In fact, they are like reinventing the meta with some of these picks and the way they've been playing.
Yeah, 100%, man. You can see Boost just ran over his opponent in the first set that Bandits had with the Terry Riot's character. Definitely.
佢嗰頂冷帽係又唔知一般啲人都好中意戴帽喎，唔知係咪因為 Red Bull 嗰個 logo 喺頂帽度咯，所以 Red Bull 啲人一定要戴。我唔知係咪咁嘅，睇落似嘅。安殘啊，加之冠。油王啊，明啦嗰啲都係，啲逼筆都係。唔熟噶啦，一定就傾得幾多句啊。我嚟啦，咁啊掟先。拉帽咁拉帽，哇靚喎呢個拉帽有 logo 就得噶啦，而家未拉啲嗰個係，因為咪即係特登訂做嘅你哋啦。哎呦，答唔到，即係咁樣搏嘅。哎呦，等我先，再擋。哎呀，食咗下段，多謝。咁啊兩面鬥掟波啦，而家就哇兩面鬥掟空氣。哎呀，又呢個識第二次啦，但係呢招係唔 work 㗎。咁啊見到都幾大力，但係如果唔升咧，又唔知點樣破線。我掟先，又掟波啦呢度。咁啊依家就兩面都係拳超人啊！哎呀，龍耀冇打空，但係反而俾 Bruce 急翻轉頭，唔係 Bruce Santa 嚟㗎，但係冇擋。Watch 過去頭擊，呢個搞頭，車落去，咁啊兩下攻擊，都係搏埋個星。馬釘再，哎呦，呢個試入到個撞啊！後頭換邊。踢腳再放波啊！哎呀 ，A put L 啊，死咗啦咁就，無啦飛咗個波腳，咁啊 level 2啦，咁就無啦啦飛咗個波腳出嚟死啊！中分，睇俾你。
But input stored behind locking key at that point ended up coming out with a special, unfortunate drop for him.
The immediate consultation towards Crime.
Yeah.
By the way, my man is about to lay down the law. He's like things you need to look out for Boost. I'm actually kind of curious, and I wish I could get some like time to pick Crime's brain in regards to like his perspective on certain matchups, because I would love to have this on the comms. But as it is, man, it's really difficult to kind of like get yourself out of that moment and figure out what needs to be done. So I love Crossover taking the time out to consult with his bench.
Yeah, especially it seems like Crime is
開始俾意見。
philosophical aspect to him because this
佢雙入佢過嚟。
here's this tech piece of info, right?
你
It's quite a lengthy
翻去
monologue that
我呢個叫 mono 翻譯過嚟。
Now Chris Wong also giving some quick tips.
That's godlike, by the way.
Love seeing the language barriers overcome by the language.
屌你老母廢撚扭撚道啊！真係咁打機。
Some of the CPT premieres that have happened in the United States as well. I do get a couple of chances to talk to him as well.
個不滿嘅眼神咁射死射落去。
So I mean he's got a lot of
就嚟可以射死啊！射死啊！呢個射死啊 crossover。
So I love the fact that we're getting like the double team advantage, or at least the double team in terms of advice from both Crime and Luke. Luke. Chris Wong. I might as well call him Luke Wong at this point, dude, because like he's still my goat for Luke picks. Sorry, Triumph.
過嚟啦。
Right now, Boost did manage to get first up.
哎呀，咁又升突到對手個線啦。其實都係覺得，哦 ，Bad Parry， 就食個 combo 啦。我食個前後。哎呀，攻擊打空咗，你諗翻轉頭啦。講咗先。 飛咗個下段。哦，又食咗下，咁啊又食咗個中拳之後，好痛喎呢個都。咁啊拳腳，中拳打中啊，但係冇 confirm。喂，咁啊 OD 線唔夠 OD 波勁啊，踢中，再食咗個波啊，咁啊再用 OD 波夾埋身，再飛個普通波，終於踢翻出嚟啦，但係血量好大喎。哦，最後掟波掟死咗 ，match point 啦。
Not just throwing fireballs either, but switching it up between fireballs, normal and
fireball cans.
講咗先，再
一個前頭。cut 到啊！點解板中？正啊！直接猶豫，cut 到一下，再嚟多次。你好三，好啊！煙劈啊！直接，唉，不猶豫，就整，哎呀，整咗個儀式，最後都係乜都冇，真係懶係 set play。
I was gonna say, is that hella needy for you to get a link off of that?
I was gonna say, I think that was all intentional until the drop, obviously. But I think that those first couple of.
咁啊，再掟波，咁啊死腳翻山啦，唔知會唔會大難不死必有後福。屈過去，嚟上掣。靚啊，推翻去，咁啊，再前頭攻擊，斬殺線。哎，食咗下段，但係竟然冇骨。哎呀，咁樣俾人 pair 下段死咗啦，2-0。零燈，不知火冇有輸係咪
？The Boost Man? The Boost Man. Hell yeah, dude. I like that. Boost. Phenomenal player. And you know what's crazy about that too? As good as he is, right? Rocking 4-0 thus far, he's got such a mechanical and maniacal mind towards Street Fighter that he could go in as a coach or even like as somebody to rely on in regards to other perspectives. But looking at the replays, he's just been in complete control, right? There wasn't really a lot that Crossover could do well in this corner. It's not to say that there weren't any options, but like in his mind, the plethora of options right now were just getting shut down. There were so many options, I mean, so many spots where Boost would throw out fireballs to the point where it would actually catch your jump even before it even gets to be executed, right? There's been so many times where Boost has just kept Crossover grounded consistently.
That's why I love Bandits picking up Boost, because we know that Boost's mind for fighting games is like one of the most advanced out there. He thinks about so much. He reviews so much footage. He takes so many things into consideration. And Mena RD is a very similar player in that aspect. He also is one of the most studious players in the business. So combining these two players, I mean, yeah, I would feel like everybody else is in trouble. Not only because they're two phenomenal players on the sticks, but just their minds. It's going to be so tough with all of the advice.
呢乜定係最搞笑㗎啦，沒有之一，真係冇人可以超越到 Kimberly。
The DR is so sick, my man, with Bandit. Put in the 10 points on the
係都算係。摩羅係最大鑊嗰個啦，即係嗰24個，即係所有人入邊摩羅係真係最大。
So it's Chris Wong who's going to be standing by with Red Rooster.
咁有
like both Luke and Mai.
已經好被動啦已經。
But in regards to the matchup at hand for Bandits, I'm actually kind of curious to see if we'll see maybe like a Chris G for some of the Luke play. I mean, we've seen him represent himself well in the World Warriors and play off against some of the Lukes in that area.
贏咗好似6萬蚊美金，再加入呢個 SFL Final 嘅資格。咁啊 ，Chris 打 Chris 啊，咁啊打 Ken 啊，好似應該 Ken 啊冇嘢。
I'll say it looks better on him than it would on me. I'll tell you what. Right now, though, Chris Wong obviously going to be one of the premier players out of.
邊個係 Chris Wong？
Got second at the very first Capcom Cup for Street Fighter 6. Has been
世界冠軍唔知佢有冇講啊？佢冇講過，多數贏咗先知啊！呢啲。
At the beginning actually sets him out, right? They have the home field advantage here, so they're confident in Chris being able to.
到時我一定係自己行先嘅。咁好，我叫我打住你挑戰29。
I didn't even think about it that way. I was thinking Luke again. Luke Wong versus Chris T. Ken Tatarian, actually, it should be.
There you go.
If anything, but I mean,
唔係啊，關面大
there's a lot of experience coming in from Chris Tatarian in regards to like, the Luke specific matchup, and even so, like throwing out Kaba out there.
6萬蚊美金係4萬分。
That would be as effective
都多嘅。好龍咁呢個係 S1 對決。不過 watch 佢先，唔好諗咁多嘢。防波 parry 到啊，兩面都 parry 到啊。就哎呀，心靈感應 parry 失敗咗，咁我少咗兩個頭啦。後後想打個即係想呃到手喐，哎呦一個重腳踢落去，再同擊，咁啊至少啲氣落翻3卡，都係前頭。好似咁多年都係玩，好似街市開始玩 cam 未轉，你其實街5實咗輔導，真係。踢中，跟住腳升啊，咁就上翻個輕拳俾對手入嚟。哎呦，咁樣打中一下，再搏埋level 1 ，Chris Wong， 呢講埋 Chris Wong 啊，唔可以成句講晒，都先攞第一燈啊！哇！重拳壓落去，俾對手升翻轉頭啊！喂，靚啊！重拳大 whip punish， 咁啊甩好埋尾，哇後重腳，咁啊踢，咁啊仲嚟腳打到對手，近下 hit， 我升啦！哦，6字飛天啊！哎，仲要 reset 頭攻擊，但係都好。如果我而家人應該會打佢 burn out，咁啊升多次，第2次中啦終於，但係 burn out 咗自己，咁啊放個波先，中拳打中 ，OK， 嗱有一次又贏㗎，不過你要第2次都中。喂，劈第，哇 ！Chris Wong level 1放題，呢兩燈用咗4個level 1，嗱見到佢嘅師望一望後面，嚇靚啊呢個！咁啊，諗都唔諗，直接，喂，兩面倒打空氣，如果未 Chris Wong 得到啊，咁就落單對手，後避過對手，哎呦咁樣，佢都冇諗過對手，呢個正常應該係即係用嗰個飛腳換邊嘅，不過 Chris Wong 都呆一呆，正啊，嚟放波。咁啊打一下先，再2下。哎呦，咁啊最後 Chris Wong 下中拳打中啊，咁就 level 1埋尾，呢個 level 1放題 match point 啦。哎呀 cut 到一下，咁就旋風腳推埋去啦。再搏式，再前頭啊！哎呀，係咁食佢 jab 啊！死都唔中意見到 Chris Wong， 咁啊係咁中招啦。咁 parry， 都係贏得出翻嚟先，但係傷咗好元氣大傷啊，冇咗6成血。哦，再俾下中嘅 cut 到，咁啊 level 2得唔得啊 ？level 2又留翻燈。
Yeah, well worth in the end to get the kill.
Most definitely. Worth every bit of bar spent, all tied up. Still, Chris Wong.
放波先，即係 parry 到，但係冇學反啦。咁上到下中拳，我 delay 下中拳，想打爆對手防守啊，失敗咗。咁用個頭擊換啦。哎呦，兩面鬥打空氣，跟住之後俾 Ken punish punish， 推翻轉頭啊，反面啦。喂，冇狂分，咁啊推翻中腳先，推翻出去。啊，中佢打中，咁就會俾 level 3啊，要補一補氣喎咧要。唔俾後頭，跟住就放波，咁就一個重拳就死咗呢個位。頭先你咁多重拳先，咁啊揀嚟啦埋身，但係俾對手搞塔。哎，輕腳 cut 到啊，會唔會level 2啊？咁啊仲有少少氣。哎，起身上 parry， 哇死咗 ！OK， 握手。咁一個重拳車落去啊，真係俾佢車到啊，贏咗。呢度啲幾驚險嘅贏真係我覺得。咁就1比1啦，而家咁就 Quimmy 啦，咁就對手係明拉 OD。幾哥啊？幾哥好，幾哥穩，我非要穩。
人工啊！ It's happened so many times on both ends consistently. It could have gone either way, but no matter how you spin it, Chris Wong still being able to do some of these big hits is so impactful.
Yeah, right there, Chris. He tried to press a button after the light into the driver's cancel, right? Because light into driver's cancel doesn't actually. There's no type of lock string or anything like that, right? There's always going to be a gap, but it is a very quick thing to happen. So sometimes you get caught a little bit late, you get counter hit like we saw happen there with Chris T.
我邊個可以挑戰到㗎啦？
Whiffing normals. Chris T was just like outside of the range of that crouching immediate punch. He's memorized that normal 280. No pun intended.
而家高分，而家佢哋個隊高分過快手啊！而家。
Did a good job, and Chris Wong did a good job at remaining standing and pressing a standing button.
生得出嘅，14對30，即係30，必須要35啊，34。差唔多啦。
Really good awareness from Chris wanting to stay standing and then making sure, because that was a low Jin Rai follow-up too, right?
That's right. Yeah, and even so, like, he was just out of range.
有寫喎，佢出場嘅時候寫幾多歲？
Yeah, exactly. So really great stuff from Chris Wong to not think about blocking the low, but recognizing that he was at range to where if he stood up, it would just whiff entirely. So that was extremely sick stuff from Chris Wong at the end there. And now to end it, Red Rooster is going to be sending up Primate in that anchor position, man. And hey, if you send up somebody when it comes to Mono talk about, right? He was like, this kid's no fear, no consequence, not worried about any of that. We're going to set him up. Well, you're setting him up against the Bull, brother. Meta RD versus Primate is what I have to imagine.
係咪撈呢個快未？
There's no intimidation right now, but if it does happen, it's because of that man, the champion.
都難㗎啦，不過冇嘢冇可能嘅世界，街霸落冇嘢冇可能。
The pressure, more so on Primate. This is his very first Street Fighter League, and this is the first time I feel like he's going to have to consistently be put up against the big dogs.
Yeah, I mean, I just like when I saw that Meta RD interview, I was just so happy that I'm like, I'm glad I'm a commentator, not a competitive player, because that was the type of like sicko mindset that like I imagine like competitors of against people like Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant.
咁贏命 RD 嗰隊唯一方法就係咧，先鋒中鋒都贏，即係輸命 RD 再打埋個加時，咁就可以贏到佢。命 RD 嗰場半放棄，難搞真係。你搶3門啊，搶2都有機會偷到，搶3真係好難。係啊，大將。有摩羅擺頭咯。我嚟啦。高爾波，踢一腳踢中，再放波啊！我嚟。妖，俾人後總嘅對空啊！呢個前頭，呢個 burnout 式，唔知係咪特登？雖然阿 Primate 都係 burnout 式，升到佢，我上來先，咁佢踢中啦，個前頭呢個手架達 ，heavy 失敗咗，我飛飛，靚仔係咁。攻擊俾咬頭。有前衝斷敲下佢，咁啊對手上 PayB 同擊打中，叮啊！咁就大兵到自己對空啊！佢冇對空，但係啲反推翻出去先。咁啊咁吹，重腳踢中，掃啲升到對手個前跳，我攞翻攞低第一燈先。電通拳 cut 到對手個 rush， 我哋可以啦。咁啊電，第一公仔電頭，將我哋咁啊 set up 啦開始。哎呀痛啊呢個！哇！塔上天，再公仔，好個公仔喺地下呢樣嘢，呢個 set up 真係邪惡 set up， 我最後俾人點死咗。好，唔開燈啦。哎，放波先，烏啲波，呀！要定啊！ Watch 過去，中拳打中，咁係搏個輕腳，再用個 Watch 之後追擊。哎呀，俾人中拳點翻轉頭，喂，想搶，係個手指咁快，喂，冇對空，哎呀，緊張仔，呢位升對空，哎呀，重腳，得對手個 Watch 啊，過嚟有一次，咁啊飛過去，空對空成功，打翻落嚟，打個電先。 咁啊重拳打空咗，但係對手都對唔到。後中嘅對空成功，個頭攻擊打破對手嘅 parry， 咁就呢個位大鑊啦呢個位，乜機啊？咁就攞勁多嘅血啊！咁就繼續壓制3個電解頭啊！最後都係啊，最後俾 Manao 啲一個頭攻擊打個輸滅死咗，1-0。
Exactly. Meta's so smart, right? He literally chipped him down to strike throw 50-50 range. Like you die to strike or throw, and then was like, all right. And then when he got worried about the fact that he would now die to throw, he just shimmied him instead. Like,
再前頭啊！咁啊俾人簽到，再抌上天公仔，再一個前頭。俾人換到邊啦？咁啊地下有個公仔啊，升翻你入去。咁啊 OD 再踢。咁啊就，又中一下，但係冇噃，重拳打中今次，咁啊多 kick 再升，咁啊繼續壓制，用呢個重嘅氣功掌壓制，跳，哎呀，自己跳埋板邊有啲曳喎呢個，咁就俾米拉啲開 level 2啦，咁就防 D 反啦呢個應該係。撞車死咗未啊？好似死喎，冇眼光啊！哇，做咩仲要 OD 指鏡頭埋尾添，攞最多嘢氣。有幫我撞過去，連重拳打中，咁咪搏招啦，搏落去，攞少少傷害先，俾人掃低咗，搏落去，再一個前頭，再一個前頭。重擊又踢中，唔係碌過去，但係又擾人對手啊，繼續。咁啊，鳩啊死咗啦，唔得啦，不准鳩。Impact 打對手 burn out， 再 Impact， 咁啊呢個位點都死嘅基本上。2-0。
Consults with the bench, and there's got to be some treason here. Crossover, the first one to give the intel. Damn, dude. Hold up.
Crossover from the Dominican Republic himself, right? Immediately stood up and was like, bruh, I got the info. I got the inside intel. But we'll see if that can help Crime in this situation, right? It doesn't matter how much intel has been shared about Mena RD. It doesn't matter how many people have tried to theory fight this man. He has still taken home the world championship.
救命真係。How to win Mena RD?
To prepare for the way Mena RD is playing, like there's the ambiguity, the locked in.
Ooh, look at how locked in he is.
He hasn't even.
Mena RD 完全係超集中狀態。
Not a freeze frame. That is 100% live. My man is locked all the way in.
He is a sicko in the best way possible.
Mena RD 私得贏過都係。你翻練下 combo 先啦。其實都係1-1嘅。Mena RD 即係。2 set 一人贏1 set 咯，但係問題就係嗰陣時米拉啲得1條命咪輸。問 crossover 同米拉啲都同鄉喎，你不如過隔離問隔離隊咯，我覺得應該。死咗。招都未識搏，學人造球，唔係應該都冇噶啦。係啦，升就擋，打就解。都有對空，廢咯戇鳩，爭啲壓到對個 parry， 哇！呢個我都唔知打前打後，但係俾 Crime 擋到啦，丟唔到，咁啊一個公仔啦，咁啊 OD 開咗先，打下段打中，抌上天，對完一次，重拳打中，咁啊呢個可以2個啦，再抌多個公仔唔該，單碗都用晒啦。死咗，咁就都唔使睇啦。D.O. 大執，小鼻屎啊！俾佢睇，呢支唔識打 man 㗎，
no end in sight. This guy
邊個救佢打？
reintroducing himself every single time, and also
得好喎，我想知邊個去打？
so
丁神，我撐丁神。
3-0 over Crime?
3-0 over Crime, bro. Like it was 3-1 over Punk, I believe, and now 3-0 over Crime. Like incredible stuff. 3-1 over Punk, right? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, 3-1 over Punk, 3-0 over Crime. Like just this showing that Meta RD has had, bro. 呢
個世界都冇乜branker 㗎，講真。呢個世界係唔會有呢隻角色。一出就冇人夠佢打，連日本都冇人夠佢打嘅。
Like what do you mean? What do you mean, indeed, brother? To stay as motivated as he has.
雷殺，雷
it is a testament.
雷殺有咩打唔贏咧
He is as a human being, man. It is just, like I said, we need to do studies on this guy before it's all said and done. And not just because of his fighting game skill, but because of how he approaches, how professional he goes about playing fighting games in the first place. Incredible stuff.
Dude, he's got
大寶哥乜都贏啦，大寶哥。
his hometown by the government, by the way. And I'm quite curious to know like what his work ethic even is, because he not only finds time for himself to practice, but also like his camp around him. Not even just like directly the players on his team, but also back home they have full on like schools of Street Fighter because of this man.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was
好啦，咁就
After I talked to Meta RD, I realized there's a lot more in terms of studying that I'm not doing.
拉屎一
That's right.
game
Who is a Capcom Cup champion. You know what I mean? Like he is one of the best players in the world for a period of time, could claim to be the best player in the world. And he saw how Meta RD studied and was like, I'm not doing nearly enough.
Wild, dude. Like the work ethic is out of control.
It is, man. And I mean, you can see the results are there though, right? Like the work ethic isn't just there. He's not only working hard, but he's working extremely smart. Incredible accolades in his role, right? Japan champion 2 times.
你冇眼睇啦佢。
Capcom Cup champion 2 times.
咪鬧佢咯，佢好似喺度，佢喺度我唔知。鬧佢咯，得你拎到分，不過唔緊要，都有句，佢已經高分過快手依家。而家睇下國米，而家第2場打國米打得 hold 到嗰隊啊，睇下國米有冇計。
And not even just like him at the helm, but you also have like the rest of the squad. So it's rather impressive, man. Overall, championship demeanor, looking to score another ring. Let's find out what they have to say after that very impressive win, with Bandits standing by with Rob T.
Mono VS 咪鬧嗰啲。
And just like that, Team Bandits
我又分享佢哋勝利宣言。
Boost. Another W. You just seem unstoppable right now. How did it feel to get yet another dub in that crossover match?
crossover 有咩感受？
It wasn't. I kind of played slow at first, just kind of see like, because Terry he kind of wins the fireball war in that matchup. I had to see if he jumped, and like he wasn't really jumping or like drive impact, so I could kind of just play the layer one from there.
放波佢輸係咪知道冇？不過我一定要衝過嚟。
defensively,
就佢一定要跳。
kind of gotta stay calm. It's the first hit 2.
咁咪 counter 佢得啦。
Can't give them a punish counter. That's like my sort of thing is anything they want. The longer the match goes on, the better it is for me. So
hold on, Boost. You might be giving up a little bit too much sauce. I can't be having them learn exactly what you do and everything. Okay.
好唔識講嘢喎，喺個 Bruce，佢完全諗唔到自己講啲乜。
Give up like big damage opportunities, but sometimes you have to mix it up. But
that's a huge. All right, well, Boost, that first match right there, actually your second match, another dominating dub. Now, let me please talk to Mena RD as well. Mena, of course, when Bandits first came to Street Fighter League, we remember a situation where you were so frustrated, you literally walked off of the stage and just immediately like left the entire studio. How does it feel to be on the other side of that and be given another player their kind of welcome to Street Fighter League moment?
No, man, it's insane, you know, to have that whole process going on. I remember back then I wanted to.
至少補咗10分。
I wanted to look up at the sky and
係個人快，至少補咗10分，我覺得。
But today I just laugh about it. It's just funny because now I know it's just part of the process. You gotta have those kind of moments to build a dynasty, and that's what we're going for.
Okay, you're definitely looking like a dynasty up to this point, trying to go ahead and win another Street Fighter League championship. So I got to talk about the demeanor that you had. When you went up 2-0 up against Crime, he goes to get some advice from Crossover, of course, your countrymen and all that. And your face is just stone cold. I feel like right now is the first time I've been seeing you smile this entire day. What's going on with your demeanor?
Matches are over. I can smile, I can joke around, but tomorrow is the same thing. When I gotta play, it's some other guy. It's not me.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Team Big is of course all about that work, but right now they can't relax. Congratulations on both of your victories today. We're gonna go ahead and send things over to our commentators.
He cuts the best promos in business, man.
I'm inclined to agree.
Like, and I don't just mean the FGC, I mean esports in general. Like, I don't know anybody that cuts better. Like, the fact that he was like, now tomorrow, that's some other guy when I play, bro.
That's insane. And that statement about creating a dynasty, it's not even just like on solo efforts, because I think he's already established that. But like, he's trying to create Bandit's dynasty in Street Fighter League and potentially the world. If this keeps up, especially, right? We've seen what they were about last season. If they can make it all the way to the top and face off against the other champs, I'm more fearful of what they have to go through. Europe as well as Japan. I am terrified to see how those guys face off against most of the contenders here.
Yeah, especially because like I mean, Boost still has a chance to make it in via the Eastworld Warrior, right? Via that still has the chance to go. But let's say Boost doesn't make it in right there, right? If you've got somebody like Boost Cup and Chris T not actually in Capcom Cup and just strictly focused on SFL World Championships, like their minds together and the amount of time they're going to have to prepare for Europe and Asia, it's going to be Japan. It's going to be ridiculous, man.
Dude, it's going to be insane. And that's why it's so cool to see how strong they are coming out the woodwork, out the gate on day one. They were in the hot seat twice over, and they still had a dominant performance. They're just looking rather different in day one, but the beauty of it all for this season, it's going to be double round robin, right? They are going to get their lickbacks. They are going to get that switch up in positioning as well. So we'll see how it plays out, right? Bandits making victims out of both FlyQuest and Red Rooster, and Bandits having the both home and away positions pretty much over and done with. Yep. They're very, very comfortable, and they're looking like the most winningest team already out of day one. And speaking of which, we have the perfect head state to accommodate those types of teams here in Street Fighter League. We have the Steel Series. Obviously, when it comes to the Steel Series, Arctis Nova Pro, them being the official headset of Street Fighter League, you're able to enhance all of your pretty much sound quality. They got the premium high fidelity drivers, they got Sonar software. The Nova Pro is definitely the ideal for any fight you take on.
Yes, indeed. Of course, I want to give big ups to Corsair as well on the Nova Blade Pro. Get ready to witness the fastest inputs in the
official controller of
Corsair's Nova Blade Pro. You can sharpen your reaction times with it and its rapid trigger technology. Big ups to Corsair for delivering the Nova Blade Pro, the official leverless controller of SFL Pro US. And again, we got one in the building right now. We've been handling it. We've been messing with this thing ourselves, and yeah, bro, the buttons on this bad boy, I love very reactive buttons like this. You know what I'm saying? The clicky ones are all up in my business, so I'm a big fan. I love the lights, I love the clickiness of the buttons. Big ups to Corsair.
Hopefully we get to show that off to the crowd as well. There have been a couple of people kind of showing up for the in-house and live Street Fighter League US. And it's only going to be as we progress throughout the dates. Again, round one. We're going to go in the beginning of December, the 3rd through the 6th. But of course, the finals, you cannot miss that opportunity to check it out all the way live. Again, be sure to come through, watch in person. All of you guys that were talking about it, wanting to see it live, if you guys are in Southern California or even out, if you can get here financially, responsibly, I should say. Be sure to check it out. Scan that QR code or even go to @Capcom Fighters on Twitter and all the social media platforms that I do possess, and make sure to check in and get these tickets as soon as possible, because you never know what's going to be coming up from these matches. Of the day. It's going to be quite shocking versus Shopify Rebellion to round off day number 1 immediately after this, so don't go anywhere. We're coming right back at you. 呢個世界俾你任揀都唔知揀邊個。香港隊咯，二九英豪咯。
下年入紙啊，睇下受唔受先。最終兵器我啊，最終兵器老細。哇！咁我係隊長啊，一定。多謝 subscribe 啊，多謝支持你。你唔夠歐洲嗰邊慘啲，歐洲個個望住 Big Bird Angry Bird 菲林，我先慘啊！呢個都我覺得仲可以拗下。嗰邊真係望到嗰隊想點真係，我都唔知可以講啲咩，可以點？日本嗰邊都唔係好多去邊㗎啦，屌你！即係托基諾夫度雷薩，係唯一污點就係拉個，嗰邊都唔好得去邊。跟住咩？莫摩茨，如果格基雷嗰隊好勁，又冇格基雷。3個位棋，係啦，好似有記得啊，有關 key 啊嘛，即係以前即係玩 IC 上嗰陣時啊，金剛啊係咪話咧？如果嗰隊有11個我，咁就係一個完美嘅隊伍。跟住比斯嗰隊就話，如果嗰隊有4個我，咁就係一個完美嘅隊伍。嗰個嘢唔係12月或者12月更新咩？我記得上次有一個 Stay to Play， 跟住話12月有個 patch， 60號咯冇記錯。睇嗰個咯。My loyal fans! Look at this body of iron! 依家咪國米打得好多，係幾好啊！雖然我嘅幾有誠意，啲聲係好唔同嘅，啲聲係有嗰陣機械咧，好似隔小窗入邊傾偈嗰啲嘢，即係格聲。啊！你隔住陣，即係佢 feel 到佢雖然都講嘢係，即係好明顯隔咗幅牆咁嘅感覺，比較誠意。係啊，出第一個先，冇錯。你出蘇聯咯，定係換足嗰少數人。
Are you confident that you can do the same thing with this team?
It's so difficult. I want to try because last time I have Manner. I have my captain. He's so amazing, so too good. But I'm just over just a few score. I'm not good enough that time. But so this time I want to test. I want to check. Can I do it again? Can I win again? I want to try.
Can you do it again without Mina RD? And, you know, when you speak on doing it alone and doing it back to back, we just seen you do exactly that at EWC. You won last year and then you come back this year and you did it again. Is that the biggest moment of your career?
Maybe last year is the most important champion, but maybe this time maybe more difficult than before. But maybe last champion is the most important. Still
唔知今年重要啲啦，佢話上年都好重要啦，今年上年原來咁重要。
Maybe in my life, maybe before my fan, maybe older than me, maybe 40 or 45 of 40. Maybe but now maybe 18, 20, so young. The fan, yes, maybe fan more how to say bigger.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
bigger. Yes. So it's so interesting.
Okay.
And,
something I'm interested in, Shanghai, is after you won that first EWC, of course, I was on stage interviewing you. You had your wife there, and you said that you had to prove to the world and to yourself, I am Shanghai.
Yes.
Now that you've already proven that, why do you still play? What motivates you now?
I think maybe I'm good enough, maybe, but I never leave my team, leave Chinese player to come here for winning. So maybe this is the reason why I'm here. I want to lead my team, need Chinese player to win here.
And if there's anyone who can get that done, then it definitely is the man himself, back-to-back EWC champion and Street Fighter League world champion, Shanghai. Let's go ahead and send things over to our commentators.
It's cool seeing the fact that like some of the teams have altered their approach to Street Fighter League this year, right? Rather than trying to put together an all-star crew from around the world or around the country or whatever it may be, right? They're going with their close-knit friends a lot of the time, right? You heard Knuckle do talk about with Shopify Rebellion, some of the language barriers got in the way. We're going 4 Americans, 4 like homies that we could all know and communicate well, right? And now Shanghai talking about his main motivation for SFL this season is bringing other players from China here to try to win as well, right? So it's just cool to see that type of camaraderie approach rather than like the all-star building. We've seen that even in real sports, kind of the homie approach, the chemistry approach.
Oh yeah, you ain't far from other being a Los Angeles native. I don't want to get into that part of the conversation, but it feels like a byproduct in regards to like the talent, right? Like although you're bringing up like, you are preparing yourselves throughout the different premieres, right? Different like World Warriors. You're still leveling up your teammates at the end of the day, right? Like if you're a champion caliber player, you're by proxy going to be leveling up your teammates regardless of who you pick. And you kind of see that effect coming in with Bandits against Kaba, Boost, especially Chris Tatarian, right? It just becomes a byproduct of it all. But this is what it's going to be. Kuaishou Gaming going up against Shopify Rebellion. These guys on the away side this time. Let's take a look at what the roster is going to be. Dual Kevin up front first. Shine going up second, and Knuckle in the anchor spot. A little bit of a switch up, and then just a kid for the extra spot if need be. I actually had a conversation with a handful of different, not even players, but also like the production guys in the back. I was thinking to myself, it's like with Shopify Rebellion, like, who would you even put up as the anchor? Because I feel like Dual Kevin might be the most consistent spot. You also have access to Knuckle Dude's Mai, who's leveled up severely.
That's it. I can see either one being in that position, right? That's what we saw. But he's kicking it off right now. I think that's because Shopify Rebellion really early, right? Get the morale up, get the vibes going well. I think sending Dual Kevin up, which, as you mentioned, probably your most consistent player, is the way to do that, right? You have no matter who goes up against them. So yeah, let's send them first, get our 10 points on the board, and then hopefully we can just snowball from there. If not, we got Do in the back in that anchor spot. And of course, in response, they sent out Shen.
Right, and that was the biggest question we had is like, you know, how much of a killer is Mai going to be for a team like this? They sent out triple Mai's last time, and one of the first things I said is like the one thing to shake up the order is sending out Zhen first with M. Bison. Lo and behold, it is indeed going to be happening. Let's see if it equates to anything in terms of points.
And this is a matchup that Shopify Rebellion kind of dodged. They didn't send up Dual Kevin, right? Because we talked a little bit about it. Bison has some answers to the projectile game that Rashid can play. So let's keep that in mind going forward here as Dual Kevin tries to escape the meaty pressure, but he finds himself in the corner getting pieced up. Little OD head stop, sticking in mad quick. And Shen not looking to just recovered in time for the whirlwind, but still has to deal with all of this. Eventually bust out and immediately shut down.
This guy Zhen is making all the right decisions thus far. He has been on a roll that first round. But let's talk about what happens in the neutral. Zhen try to enclose that space against Dual Kevin, kind of measuring it out. Testing the reaction with a lot of these lights so far. Like to try to snipe out or at least throw out that medium kick a bunch of times over. But now we get that reversal. At least a decent punish counter, excuse me, against the scissor kick, up close and personal.
Yeah, he's on the drive rush, right? He thought Dual Kevin would try to check the drive rush, try to throw out the counter to it. Sniping low.
Here we go. Do get the light rebuttal on reversal like Yo Shen being able to snipe out whatever it is that Dual Kevin tried to do, but it was all temporary. We have a level 2 coming in from Dual Kevin. Tornado! What a conversion and what a punish! Damn, son. Actually, I don't even know if it was a punish because it's OD, right? It doesn't even matter. It doesn't put you at a punishable scenario. I don't even know how he even got hit.
I think he punished it because he backdashed immediately after doing the ESR, right? Yeah, exactly. He backdashed after, hard called out the Cycle Crusher. Right now, just not letting that get to him. Now we got the level 3. It's the complete control from him in the final round.
Damn, that's how you know the games are gaslighting us. You're good.
It's been to say the least. And the perfect spacing harassment pressure from Jen, right? Like after everything, after every string ended, it was just outside of Dual Kevin's main range to press buttons back against. And he just got demolished. Wow.
Dude, so much confidence coming in right off the bat from Zen, understanding what needs to be done. And funny enough, like you mentioned that DCQ and potential Dual Kevin pick or matchup, but you're starting to see like real prowess in terms of the matchup, like Bison's that understand what can be done in this matchup can really equate to so much harassment. Like Zen's got so many different approaches to it, right? He's really testing Dual Kevin's reactions for one. He's testing whether or not he's going to be committing to the fireball, that's 2. But also, what happens under pressure, 3. Checking Dual Kevin's defense when he's knocked down. All 3 of these factors are really starting to add up against him.
And he's done this like really interesting thing of utilizing like these OD head stomps in these weird spots where like Dual Kevin wants to press a button back and he just like gets punished because of the head stomp coming in, or it gets the startup of it. But we didn't really see that in the second round. He mainly just did it in the first. So yeah, he's doing a great job switching up his habits.
And a lot of the strings coming in, a lot of the target combos coming in from Zen. I should say the bomb is on. He's gonna punish to ring out first.
Give a block that because there was no reversal for Zen to actually press.
再食個重吉，再食個前頭，跟我都唔少血啦，鏟啊，埋身啊要。
I hate it when that hits. I'm not gonna lie to you. No matter who does it,
點解會煙落去呢個位都唔錯，仍然都係搏到招，就會試佢反應。哦，唔試啊，直接嚟啊！咁就喐撳個掣，然後就俾人
100% if he did not actually get that. So good stuff to Dual Kevin right there.
揾咗打中蛋蛋啦。單單 hit 啊，價錢㗎未爆啊，唔係我前頭補傷害，幫死啊！哇，應該會流氣啊！
Against the OD spinning mixer, I think he's like what 2 for 3.
打踩，哇！嗰種壓力真係難搞。
Really tricky thing that Jen's been doing this set, like it definitely calling out Dual Kevin's reversal buttons with that. Very, very interesting, right? I don't really see that strike.
咪屈佢先啦，再前頭啊！咪再屈到去，咪較剪嘅，咪即係一定順雷嘅，又搞到對手，蛋蛋。 乜壓死嘅呢位，好講到，空對空啊！哎呀，搏唔到個後前啦，好難㗎我都知。佢想搏，想扎扎，哎呀中咗死咗。OK， 臨尾長刀仔，叫對手2比0。又超對手啦。咁啊，首勝專咗可以指住小孩嘅頭鬧啊！
He's not even like
呢度得我贏過。
impressed with his performance. Like he's shaking his head. He's like, man, I could have finished this a little bit earlier if I hadn't messed that up. And I'm sure he's looking to his comrades. He's like, I'm sorry, guys. That was my bad.
He was like, you know, I would have gotten high fights with that one, but unfortunately, gonna have to go about it another day because yeah, that cool combo, which would have been a kill combo, pretty sure. Yeah, see, that was so sick. The backdash. Because we talked about it, right? Boston has a lot of answers for the reptiles, especially the SAR. He's one of the few characters that has a good answer to that. And Dual Kevin knew immediately what he was going to go with.
Yeah.
你打不知火舞司令好唔好？
Instead, Dual Kevin is probably going to be the recipient for it, just based off of that.
三
alone.
C
But you might get some.
三無三 C 都
Right?
得
That。DI was mad impressive. You're still going to be on high fights for it.
Yeah, exactly. SRK wake up, bet it all, but it paid off. Had the back throw here, right? I thought I was going to turn around, but yeah, I think he did try the overhead. Wanted a big haymaker, try to get back in the set, right? That would have been big damage, kind of evened it up a little bit, but Zhen called it out perfectly with the jab, beating him to the button, literally.
Yeah, and I don't think Kevin was expecting any of that, too, because he had like a big smile, kind of like he laughed it off a little bit. He's like, man, I didn't expect you to press a button there. But either way you spin it, KSG, Kuaishou Gaming, getting their first set of points on the board with 10 in round 1 in comparison to how they faltered against 2G in match number 2 of today. But with that, it's pretty much established. The next person up for Shopify Rebellion. I gotta double check actually. Let me fix my face on
there
that
it
one.
is,
Should
right
be
here.
Shine, right? Okay, it is. It's on the screen. Hello. VX Bao is gonna be the candidate to come up
咁
next.
就國米真係冇國米啦，
Bao
俾人退咗隊啦已經，輸咗嗰一場之後，
Actually, when we saw
假嘅。
Shopify Rebellion, when it was the Bison matchup, the DCQ matchup to go up against, they did send Shine up there with
可能有延長戰咧，邊個
So
知啊？
interesting now that VX Bao and Kuaishou having the chance to counter the Kimberly, they're also going to go with their Bison player. And VX Bao, the other character he mainly plays, is JP, which is also thought to not be that bad of a matchup for Kimberly.
Funny enough, I think it's one of the first things that Knuckle2 had mentioned in regards to their pilgrimage to Japan. Like, they wanted to face off against the Japanese player, but more importantly, they wanted to isolate certain characters. One of those characters being JP.
小寶冇用嗰個盒仔。
We've seen nothing but Mize in that first interaction we had in match 2. Now it just begs the question, is it going to be like the character that the current selection that VX Bao has, is he going to stick out with it?
好，咁啊火舞對 Kim。
That is what he's going to choose. Like we talked about, we already seen the Kimberly as an answer to the Bison earlier with Shining.
我睇㗎，咁就俾人 rush 過去。
VX Bao is opting for the mine.
加 film， 五腳都係加 film， 咁啊俾人點翻走啊！中拳打中，咁就嚟啦。哎我輕拳打中，咁啊再播再招，哎 stream 到，過埋 level 1。 咁啊，哇！依個鹹濕到爆喎，呢個。咁就死咗啦，呢個。
Steam ahead, Bao. No signs of stopping in regards to that entire turn stealing round.
Wow, man, and like legitimately.
中腳又踢中，有面死又開局，我超埋牆，大膽唔 set 我，拳頭打向對手，嚟多次。 嚟多次，哎 ，straight combo 啊，咁就俾晒會死，咁咪俾晒啦應該。攞翻鋪，攞翻燈啊！呢個係 PS5 嘅比賽。
potential when it comes to the mix-ups. He has both cans in stock as well. Very important when it comes to the resource game.
Absolutely, go down with the elbow rope.
哎，攞咗先。哎 ，cut 到啊，超靚啊呢個。有一個前頭，有一個前頭。咁啊上先啊，但係對手唔解。我用後重腳壓制，都係擋到。B 反到對手個重腳啊，點解出少少？鏟，哇！呢個鏟真係〜 咁啊，俾人鬧啦，死咗啦應該，咁就 rush 攻擊 impact 係手，係手未啊？哦，咁啊，確保一定打中啊！跳重拳，重腳，重拳，重腳，你啊！1-0，係啦，唔好用 Kimberly 啦，放棄勝利密碼。 係啊，我嘅 Kim， 因為 Kim 廢咯，先用我鏟埋身，係個人廢。你見啊，Kim 一支火舞唔需要用呢啲手段，埋佢身，廢咯，戇鳩。哎呀，咁樣俾人 drop 中，咁啊埋場啦。飛咗，跳，哇！呢個對空真係幾幽默。 好升啊！升啊！哇，好慘啊！咁就用錯升，啲重升係中升同升嗰度，咁啊攞個 combo 啦，跟住 parry 到，咁啊我覺得 level 1，我有個強化先。 擋到，咁啊死擋爛擋啦。喺板邊嘅 full loop， 輕拳，哎呀，兩邊都好幽默啊！波頭但係冇用，然後我壓制，咁啊掟先，跟住我試彈啦，叮到都冇用啊！咁啊再嚟一次叮啊 ，impact， 哎呀擺得唔好嘅 impact。跟住之後俾人後頭解咗，壓咗先，前頭叮到你嘅壓制啊！睇先，中嘅打中就 reset 頭攻擊，等到輕拳啦，再後重嘅打中，哎有啲遠啦，搏唔到招，咁就俾人打轉頭。Wash 咁就未死嘅應該。加少少應該。
Level 3, a lot of damage incoming. I don't think it's quite enough to kill.
Yeah, I think VXPOW's got one more chance here. The CA on deck as well. This might not be as far-fetched as you might.
啲線咧出咗嚟先，跟到對手先。咁就再 watch， 打中啊！俾啊呢個，跟住今次但係有啲危險啊，因為 jab 都頂唔住。
You stunt the growth of that burnout. Sorry, the drive gauge for the side of the burnt out carry.
咁啊點樣可以 burn？ 哦，咁就用個 watch 打中咗對手，咁啊真係佢，就留翻得 match point 啦。然後 bot 落去打中，用個龍波腳推埋牆，跟住又打中，放埋個星。解頭成功啊！哎呀，咁個中場大俾對手用個 watch 停咗，鳩唔到，大話你。咁啊推埋牆，雙炸彈。咁啊呢個位夾硬磨你 burn out 啊！呢個位就應該你仲唔打暈佢嘅？哎呀，你唔打暈我就開呢個啦，翻出嚟先，原地挑，哎冇大鑊。咁啊暈啦呢個，咁啊俾人都係俾人摸到一下，咁就俾 Shine 攞翻鋪1-1。
A little bit regrettable for VXPOW with busting out that super in the end right there, right? You stopped the pressure that was immediately in your face, but now you didn't have a DI counter. Sure, you got the flame stocks, but you immediately needed to get out of the corner because it was inevitable that Kimberly was going to drag you there and DI you if you did not escape.
I'm loving the back and forth so far. Pretty evenly matched, but it's been pretty much a battle of resources.
好，中拳打中，再 watch 打中，推埋牆啦。咁啊再壓制就係俾人 B 翻推翻開，叮到靚啦 ，watch 到我，咁啊衝埋去，掟先。哎呀，咁就俾人埋翻身，咁啊假頭唔俾你換邊，俾個中腳又跑波招，又中一下啦，叮啊推翻出去，掟先。睇先，哎呀，又一次中拳打空情況下，俾人用屈碎確反，雙炸彈，再一次一樣嘅 set up 啊，令到對手 burn out。彈中，搶到個中段，搶制，咁啊推翻出少少，又一次 rush 打中，俾多個 rush， 俾多個 rush， 咁啊就佢啦，嗱嘥嘅 match point 啊！
Stuffing the check attempt and now is on set point for Shopify Rebellion.
咁啊聽先，咁佢打中，仲要俾人 reset 波頭，推埋牆啦，前頭，打又成功啊 ！O D 線推翻出少少先，睇頭兩綠色撞埋一齊，中拳 cut 到啊，唔俾，後輸唔到啊，再一個前頭啊，咁啊壓制一間。 前頭，咁啊 Mitty 嘅中拳打中 ，parry 到後頭啦，再前頭，哇咁樣搶制又真係搶到喎，咁就攞翻燈啦 ，match point。啲線衝咗埋先，明打空咗，但係幫對手搞頭，對空啊靚啦。 咁啊打下段，但係對手不停痛，哦個重腳踢落去，好痛啊！咁就解頭成功啊！哦線行先，人行後，重拳打空咗，哎呀就蝕個頭攻擊，咁啊 TC 推埋牆， 跳，哦食咗下段啦，咁咪 level 1喎又，咁啊攞強化先，哇識得唔俾你儲先，又中一下，點翻出嚟，唔撳掣，又俾人後頭換翻邊就翻去，跳，搶到掣啊，咁啊推，再前頭，咁咪斬殺線啦兩面都，先，攞掟先，講啊！哇！唔 cancel， 咁樣打擊，但應該未死。impact 落去喎，勇敢啊！好危險啊！而家對面想鳩㗎啦 feel 到，就 Kimberly 係一鋪都贏唔到嘅，大家知咩料啦？一支火冇勝利，突破零的突破。Cammy 仲係只係0咯，冇的突破，係個人廢。大家知邊隻 S 啦 ？Kimberly 你有輸啊！廢咯，戇鳩。係咁啊，小孩如果贏埋就40分啊，睇贏唔贏到。球迷上陣咁大鑊。
As a tough break to happen, but that's what you gotta do. You gotta know that you are gonna get drive impacted when you play.
軍爺會輸。
Just how it be is the reality of the situation.
我唔信。
Pretty well
on any level.
Yeah,
ain't that crazy?
Yeah, we saw what was it? Tokido get DI'd like 45 times by Goichi at EWC. Like, doesn't matter who you are, what level you play, you gotta be prepared.
冇啊！嗰次係未熱身啫，而家慶合合啊！依家。上次旅行啫嘛，都唔係打機嘅，順便打埋街吧。冇啊！而家軍爺係唔會輸啊！你要搶2仲要，咁要搶3。而家依家有個即刻仲有戰術，軍爺而家上米，軍爺守最尾。你諗下呢個戰術有冇計？咁就可以避咗甩 call 都打咗4 kit。有冇計？睇下會唔會先？呢個腦筋急轉彎戰術。
Off of VX Bao pressing on a +2 button. The roundhouse plus
冇嘢啦，都係軍爺。哇，40分啊！我唔30分，我不走偏門的路。
Knuckle Dew standing in his way, trying to send this to our first extra overtime tiebreaker match, where I believe Jack is waiting in the wings for Shopify Rebellion.
Then we got Incognito Sherry Jennings with the family.
咪做英女，如果軍爺死咗就咪㗎啦，咪加時。How to beat Julie?
I was like, yo. I literally couldn't even see her until you pointed her out for real. But right now, we are going to have two of the best players in the business duke it out right now. And it looks like they're both going to be bringing the Mai to the table. Mai versus Mai being our last match, potentially, today for Street Fighter League Day 1 is so fitting.
I'm making a face on that, to be honest with you.
分咗第2隊。
I mean, like, it's for the better, I think. You know, if Knuckle Dew is trying to grow as like a professional, I feel like there's certain moments like he can't have counter picks, he can't have like certain choices for certain matches. But I think like overall with the current meta, I think Mai is always going to be like a pretty.
我覺得呢個餡唔夠大，我覺得 Knuckle Dew 都係睇到，再遮得勁啲。
That is fair. That is fair.
We'll get to that again tomorrow when we get to see 2-game again. But this is going to be potentially our last match again. They're trying to force an extra match here with, like I said, Jack representing Shopify Rebellion.
今年冇啊。
Show side as well, waiting in the wings is Mickey in this instance, right? Mickey, who actually started their first set, going to be in that extra tiebreaker position. Right now, Knuckle Dew is trying to force that in the first place, right? Or this would be an incredible bounce back from Kwai Show, getting 40-0'd against 2-game.
Damn, that would be kind of wild, right?
都嚟啦，
Shopify Rebellion currently
冇打冇，
10 points to their name.
一支火冇一定贏咁好。
That was on behalf of Knuckle Dew. Knuckle Dew is the only one with a 2-0 victory thus far.
咁就 黃色就係小孩，好似有得好多中國紅啊，小孩。哎呀，掟波俾人跳。俾人升，中拳打中啊，但係冇嘢搏。喂 ，Watch 打中，同埋個波㗎。咁啊後重腳打中，俾晒啦。再一個前後。Watch 咁啊得翻一格，會唔會試下撞下佢啊 ？What？ 有對手突後頭，哎呀呢個冇事嘅，尾用波煙搶個輕拳搶中咗。分哥 F1，彈到先，哎有一下，過嚟，唔係咁喺度敲個重，咁佢喺度敲，咁係啊，即係其實一個都隻下中腳係咁中，哎呀又想衝埋去對空但失敗咗，咁啊推埋去，哎呀痛啊呢個，俾晒會死啊！我係佢俾晒我度，呢個一我，咁就哎中咗個重拳。咁啊攞翻鋪，又唔係冇嘅，佢冇寫啫。哎中咗一下。咁啊擋咗個波先，擋埋個波，蒸到你想壓制。先，咁啊好，然後避過咗對手嘅第二個線，cut 到你個下中嘅大胸，喺頭有啊，對胸有啊，高啲聲俾壓制，哎打中咗下段，啊你回合啦，咁到嘅回合啦，咁就踢中啦，就踢腳。高啲線，然後避一避，中拳喺度等緊打中之後 watch 嘅啦佢，誒擋到，咁啊擋埋跳入後跳，唔俾對手壓制，中拳打中啦，但係死唔去好話嘅，係啊，哦最後搏死咗啊，負到1-0。
Well done, man. This is the first game of 3 that he needs to bring Shopify back into.
下中嘅打中，咁啊小孩就開餐。輕拳打中，咁就再壓制。哦，痛啊呢個，咁啊中腳起動，來搏招，再一個前頭，俾人升翻轉頭啊！咁啊高啲線，即刻攞翻個進攻權，膊頭打中，攞埋最後一滴血，就攞到1燈。
Love the resource management from Shanghai as well. Didn't opt for a level 1.
中拳打中，再掟線，然後唔敢喐啊對手。再掟線，咁啊偏右先，對手都望一望你會唔會升，唔敢喐啊。咁嘅踢中啊有，再掟線，跟住 cut 到打空咗，哎呀俾人跳。我被食個升，跳俾人好啲升，再跳再掟先，咁啊擋咗先 ，watch 過去後頭換邊成功咗啊！膊頭俾對手擋到，咁啊擋咗先，飛咗一下對空啊，有嘅係，再一個前頭啊，兩個前頭，哎打中咁樣陰咗個下段，咁啊攞翻一鋪啦，1-1，咁啊見到撳咗個立輕拳先係撳下段，咁啊有啲人咧見到個。咁啲人咧見到立輕拳就會起身，跟住之後就食咗下輕拳。
I had this Maya in 94. Yeah, you Street Fighter players might be new to her. I got the old school shenanigans right there.
Where the hell did Mickey come from?
Man, just appeared.
Yo, that dude is 5'10".
Oh, wow.
He is tall as hell.
I was going to say, yeah, definitely.
What are they feeding him out there?
At a stature.
And he's playing Street Fighter?
Yeah, like, what are you doing?
做咩啊？係咪講咩啊你？喂，你搞得咁好，我咪冇得上場。喂，同我輸咗佢。
Imagine, dude. #1 draft pick, Mickey. He declines it to play in Street Fighter League.
我見到米係咯，一嘢屌落去廣東話啦，一定係。好似四個識講，好似小寶識廣東話，小寶識唔識廣東話？好似廣州嘅。冇記錯。
I saw him over at the Evo stage, and I mean, I've seen him like sit down most of the time, and I couldn't really tell from that perspective being that far away. But then I saw him at League. I saw him stand up.
佢幾寸啊？插住袋，喺上方 仲要係45度角望住阿軍爺，一鳩叫佢，唉你同我一嘢屌落去。啊，深圳咯，應該都係廣州。佢仲要係勁嗰個姿勢，插住袋咁望住佢。嗰個分官式訓話。來波格。喂，掟咗好啲先。哎呀，解頭啊
！Pretty well off of the OD fan initially, and then getting the big bait against Shanghai. Look at the drive gauge already pretty decently drained.
哎呀，食咗下段啦又。而家軍爺而家心理應該啱啱嗰下有精神受傷，應該打得幾差睇下。我心理嗰個心境已經負面晒。你軍爺你阿米俾阿國米一夜轟一轟，即刻退咗。
Either on the ground or in the air.
Yeah, and it all came from like the startup of OD fans and Shanghai taking note of that, trying to do the same. Still within a space to kind of.
喂，有學反啊，但係有啲弱，OK 嘢都。叮，但係冇用。
We actually got the perfect parry, but dude did such a good job filling that gap. Right, it was a driver slide, so Shanghai whatever he tried.
哎呀，升空氣啊！大鑊啦，心態崩晒真係。
Clearly dodges the DP.
等先，轉翻出去。哇！俾人衝入去，俾人打。哎呀死！哦，cut到，翻嚟先。哎呀，撳埋落去就好啦。屌，咁樣對，哇！崩啊崩啊，大鑊啦真係。係咪講咗啲咩？即係灰到爆仔㗎。
Making the most of some of Shanghai's defensive tendencies. Yeah, right. Like he's shown off some of like the bigger weaknesses with some of like the throw baits, reluctance.
Game 4，一開波 cut 到對手重㗎，再嚟。米爺話要落場啊！小孩同我輸咗佢，我已經 feel 到嗰個對白係。哎呀，閃唔到啊！
Installed up as well. Thrower in the corner here. Do is in complete control with the
shots
as well.
叮到啊，翻嚟嘅。
What a way to weave through it. Shanghai still.
要俾人對空。
Send the OD here.
哎，搞得喎。
Damn, that was brave too. He just walked up to his face, trying to get the grab. Shanghai still trying to.
哎呀，俾人踢死咗。
Do as much as possible. Gets clipped with the standing medium kick, nice and easy. Knuckle do at match point. By the way, we could see our very
first
tiebreaker scenario.
仲有一個前頭。
咁
佢打中打中，咁啊到翻呢個啊，都係回合啦。哎，又踢中啦，痛啊呢個，又翻去啦可以。有一個前頭。你頂，咁係咁喺個重拳敲啊！哎，等陣先，出翻少少啊，攞翻主動，哎，踢中分啲槍頭。咁啊，推。 要頂前後，咁又俾人打入去，咁啊啲危險啊呢個，一下死啊！咁啊減埋佢先啦，唉，咁啊敲唔爆對手，哦 cut 到，你可以啦 ，OK 未死。 埋掟線先。 哎呀，鬥撳下中腳撳錯咗，咁就俾甩股都開咗呢回啦。我就掟咗先，哎 cut 到，咁啊到我都開埋啦，咁啊鬥掟啦依家。哎呀，哇！將後重腳 cut， 咁犀利，咁啊推埋上先，咁啊俾人處理到先，然後避過咗。哎呀，中腳俾人用嚟接屈，你可以。 咁啊推有幾遠推幾遠，哎呀想掟線啦啊！小孩大嘅失誤，但係甩高都冇把握機會。Impact 打中，F1。bah！哎呀呢個位唔對空啲，哎痛啊！哎呀但係小孩冇攻，咁就都係 OD 先麻碎先。咁啊對手用行後避佢 OD， 咁啊前頭攞埋咗一滴血啦，2比2。
Oh, dangerous decision.
咁啊，兩面都危險啊！ 呢個其實都冇咩好做嘅先，呢個解同唔解咯 ，burn out 咗。呢個一就唔得，有個線喺度箍住。
And good awareness, just situational awareness, right? His game sense when it comes to like what happens.
咁啲線，阿 Film 壓制打中對手，飛埋場啦。兩先乜？咁後避過咗對手嘅線，但係避唔過對手下重拳啦。再一個前後，哎呀！咁啊，死擋難擋，哎呦，飛咗，但係啱啱後頭唔到邊啊？屈落去，個頂線，重拳打中啊！逆向升有，但係離開咗邊，兩先嘛，但係不解，哎呀，行前俾人投中啊，小小孩，屌，哦，痛啊呢個，咁就俾嗰都 match point 啦。
Again, really expensive and Knuckle
埋頂先
spend that cash.
Yeah, especially if it's the first round, right?
睇頭成功啊！
Okay with spending the resources if you get the lead.
咪再 OD 線打中啦，正啊，重重，係避埋個波㗎。做一個前頭打破對手嘅 parry 啊！哎呀，直接 confirm 啦，你好一。咁啊 OD 線擋埋個線，個掟，跟住對手知 burn out 啦 ，D 反啦，個掟線埋翻去。哎呀 ，cut 到對手個下重腳，逆向升啊！見到你唔係安跳，咁啊再 chip 死啦，係啦呢個位，咁就雙 match point 啦依家，呢個贏咗有20分啦呢度。啲線先，啊一開波飛咗上宇宙，咁啊痛啦呢度，就俾，哎呀仲要掟線失敗咗，應該打到 ，OK 失敗出去先。但係俾人搶到掣，但係丟都未識博學人打機，正啊！小孩又執到寶啊！啊！我唔起身你唔下中腳喎，好在對手用咗我，咁啊行後波頭，哦呢好易啊！搏死咗啦！真係兩面都有搞笑，但係最後斌哥搞唔掂。好啦，延長戰啦。廢咯，戇鳩。我明白，係啦。一定係，我都係米奇落咗 order， 唔可以贏。嗰下係幾 hurt 嘅，一鳩俾阿米奇一鳩屌落去，真係我都明白，國米就係咁串。Taking a look at the amount of control, the back and forth between these two competitors, NuckleDu off to a really solid start, and just like I think this is the first time we really emphasize the usage of OD fans, right? If you don't have 叫坤仔咁大鑊，米爺咯我叫阿坤仔打得幾好啊你。
Looking for those opportunities, right? Both prioritizing the install as well to make sure that they had the projectile superiority. Just very smart identification of the win conditions from both players. That's why I went to a final round, right? It could have been anybody's game. Dude just at the end coming out clutch. Mickey rolled up on him. Brian Hansen. 哎呀，就係依下，啱啱嗰下真係，一切都係因為嗰下，成件事唔同晒。But yeah, it was very intense. Obviously, just slipped out of his grasp right there, honestly. I was a little bit worried that the momentum was on Shanghai's side as we get the extendo drink for sure. And did you see his angle too? He was just big sipping. He was big lounging and everything. But again, a very critical drop. That could have gone towards the wayside. That could have been Shanghai's game to win just based off of that mistake alone. But NuckleDu, full composure, finding another opportunity against Shanghai with the thing I feel like doesn't get Shanghai the most, right? That overhead actually sneaking in like that at the very last second, quite surprising. Yeah, it legitimately felt like I want to go back and watch it again. Because it was just a drive rush that lasted a heartbeat longer than usual, and it kind of just threw off his timing. It was very strange for sure. But hey, that's exactly what you need when it's that close. 我覺得佢應該係男死咗佢，唔好嘥時間啦。So big ups to do, bringing his team back, putting the team on his back and forcing a tiebreaker match. Again, this is going to decide the winner between Shopify Rebellion and 現場評唔到啦，佢空中停1秒啊，大佬。Damn.
佢已經落緊嚟嘅。如果佢係啱啱跳起就 OK。好啦，延長戰。但係唔知阿米爺會點？打 Julie 用咩打咧？好啦，今日最後一局啦。
Impressive, very highly impressive top 8 run. We've seen him at like the other CPTs as well, even in World Warrior. Outside of that, man, I'm more curious to see what Mickey has to present.
好似有一兩年係好似有公開度我記得好似啲咩幕後花絮嗰啲。
Obviously, he did well in his World Warrior throughout the years, but no real exposure into that Evo movement. And then afterwards, right, we're definitely seeing a whole lot of momentum start to build on his side. Obviously, getting picked up by Kwaisho for SFL. So it's just exciting to see more and more gameplay of his. While Jack kind of grew up in the spotlight, right? He was on SFL very early on. When he was even younger than he is now. So yeah, it's going to be fun to kind of watch Jack as his maturation process and Mickey.
腳有可以幫埋佢先，咁腳撩下佢啊，咁啊頂一頂，哎呀擋咗，再擋，跳，哎又真係跳到喎俾佢，咁啊埋牆啦唔該 ，watch 個壓制 ，OK TC 打中。哦，又中啊！咁啊，俾晒，哇！仲要行咗一步喎，Michael Watt 咗，但都要 level 1㗎啦。
Still throws me off how like Cammy gets hunched over during like the burnout phase, right? I think it's a kind of funny the anime a lot of the burnouts from these characters, but either way, Jack. Let's see if we can get that.
跳，哎呀上空頂失敗咗，俾人打中下段，我食個前頭啊，再兩個前頭，升啊，跳翻出去先。咁但係呢個位仍然都好不，哦跳到啊，正，再一個前頭。哎，打到對到 Perry， 啱殺先，夾頭啊 ！OK， 1-0。
Mickey and Kwaisho Gaming on the board in game 1.
Bang! A huge difference in comparison to last season, by the way. The fourth.
我諗緊佢夾頭之後搞咁多嘢，我驚佢甩招。直接嚟啦，唔直接破3。軍仔，行開啦，軍仔。OK。
What is happening? Hold on. Yo.
BO3 係啊，冇錯。
Oh my goodness, Jesus Christ! How did he do that with his arm? I was gonna say. Yo, Just the Kid is also.
唔知咧，有時任何人都會 high combo 啊呢隻 game。啊軍仔個樣幾內疚嘅樣，好似嗰啲小學生冇交功課嗰種，我唔敢面對，唔敢用眼神接觸啊。
But Jack here looking to relax a little bit. It's tough to gather intel after that first game because you kind of got ran over a little bit. I would say it's probably the biggest thing you could take away from it. Maybe try to put your space or put yourself at a space where you can consistently anti-air a little bit more. Because right now, yeah, that first game was tough, bro.
哇！E 又 in 落去，勇敢啊！搭腳，我一個前頭，哦又中啊！喂，重拳敲落去。跳，插腳中啊！俾晒，又係呢個畫面。哎呀！但計錯血啦，咁啊點算咧？喂，唔緊要，臨尾插死咗。哇，靚聲喎！誒，出現到對手個前，咁啊再壓制。哎呀，上空對空啊！但係嗰對手未落地之前撳啫，如果唔係大力啦呢個。前頭打中對手 Jerry。打中就打中，再前頭乜都中晒。喂呀，真係 cut 到，諗翻好啲先。跳俾人對空啊！跳又真係中喎，咁啊堅持跳的意志。喂中啦，插腳空對空俾人 中咗我哋波啊，但係冇事。先勾透，咁就都係啊，俾人搏死咗。第一球成功啊 ！Watch 過去俾人 D 反，插腳啊，好快反應啊，捽射擊。
He's like, if I see a dive kick, I'm sending the level 3, catching the recovery landing.
冇事，哎呀，呢個有事啊！插腳有啲高啊，誒，但係都係未死，要救啦呢個位。哇！搶重拳失敗咗啊！俾人好快速咁樣攞到呢一燈，入邊啊！
Yeah, absolutely. I love that from Jack Wright because either you get hit by the dive kick or you recover in time, and you know you recovered in time to punish that super. I love that.
Nice work from both ends. Yeah. Really impressive start out the gate from Mickey, and what a rebuttal coming in from Jack.
Yeah, what an answer.
係咪有轉火幕啊？
Gonna be one up here. We got one more game to decide the final winner of SFL 2025 Day 1. My goodness, bro. I wouldn't have had it any other way that it comes down to the only tiebreaker match we get. And, of course, we got one game to decide it all.
I got to say, it's
a
privilege to see these guys duke it out loud. I'm glad you guys are here for the very first day of this season. It's this wild already. Here we go. The final
死擋冷擋，真係擋到。誒食咗下段啦，咁啊攞對手嘅壓制，搭腳打中啦，咁啊搏招先，一踢。 咁 Harry， 咁梗係踢中，我踢一腳重腳，輕護士，唔係上輕腳，升到你個前跳，重拳壓制先。哎呀，食咗下段啦，但係安全。哇！呢個插腳，咁啊兩邊都鬥打空氣啊。咁啊重拳解頭成功，食咗下段啦，但係又再次，但好在，哎呀呢個痛啊呢個，好在對手冇乜兩制。 watch 過去俾人 D 反，咁啊擋咗，我反唔到，搭腳俾人對空，二頂，咁啊頂住冇喐，哎呀喐咗啊，咁啊俾得4 key 俾個地風水打中啦 ，icon 搶2啊！ 佢俾人踩頭爆咗，再前後。 哎呀，食咗下中拳啊，俾人升啦，咁就係哦痛啊，死咗啦應該。哦甩招，哎擋到，哦但係都係搞唔掂，俾人搶死咗。哦，搞唔掂。啊，俾人大 comeback 死咗。完啦，唉，俾人後追。 贏咗3燈，引停住，嗰個 ENG 完咗。哇，米仔同軍仔真係，屌晒佢哋冇錯，邊有？你哋呢班友大師大將我做，小孩打先鋒啊，真係即係先係打後備啦要。好啦，咁就。 今日到此為止啦，多謝各位收睇啊！聽日都係，因為聽日賽程啦，我哋。聽日咧就2G game 對 Franco，My Quest 對 Alakudo 對 SF 啦。咁啊 ，Chris Wong 嗰隊對小米軍仔嗰隊。 跟住 Franco 對 Bandy， 之後就2G game 對 Five Quest， 聽日就咁啦。開鐵把，啲廢話啊，開乜？大將可以算係最菜嗰幾個，好好睇，好好睇。 咁啊，各位多謝支持啊，聽日再見。